Good evening, Zero people. How are we tonight? Happy Sunday, everyone. I guess I shall hang around until someone shows up. Hey, I see Suzanne putting a link to Reddit. Oh, for Sarah Boone. Cool. Yeah, I'll have a look at that in a bit. So hopefully we're going to be talking about the enigmatic, continually perplexing Sarah Boone. And most of all, of course, back into the Adelsons, which is my rabbit hole for now. Welsh Lady is here, Brian is here, Meezer Mom is here. Good Sunday. So, has everyone heard the news regarding Sarah? She's almost smiling at us in this picture with glee at the absurdity of this. But yeah, her latest attorney, Winston Hobson, has put through a motion to withdraw from the case, making him the seventh attorney to attempt to leave the case. I don't know if he's going to be able to leave the case, if the new judge will allow it. I mean, it's supposed to be starting in May with apparently no more postponements, but yeah. What do we think of that? Me's her mom does not care. She can stay where she is. Well, most people would agree with you, I guess. Let me let Vince Politan share his thoughts on this.
All right, folks, time to reveal something else you need to know on this Groundhog Day. Take a look. Oh, there she is. That's Sarah Boone from the suitcase murder trial. She's written another letter to the judge, and guess what? Attorney number 7, Winston Hobson, has filed a motion to withdraw as her attorney. Oh, my goodness. You would have thought the 7th one was the charm. In addition, even the judge has now left the case, and Sarah Boone has written a letter to the new judge. Let me read it to you. Finally, a new judge. It's strange how the Lord works, as I was in the process of trying to disqualify Wooten after being my judge 4 years and me still incarcerated with nothing to show other than 7 different attorneys, not by choice. Either way, I'm still here, waiting patiently, and very excited to get this highly anticipated show on the road. Thank you in advance, Judge Kranick. Welcome. Yeah, like, welcome to the crazy show. This is unreal. I've never seen anything like it. 7 attorneys withdrawing from the case. Sarah Boone. This thing's never going to happen. It's like an ongoing joke at this point, and, of course, appropriately all happening on Groundhog Day.
On Groundhog Day, apparently. You cannot blame Vince's sarcasm and humor there. I mean, what the hell? What is going on? I mean, she's making herself particularly difficult to defend. Hey, Kathy, what do you think of this? What could be the possible reason for this pattern? There's not really much one can say on this, is there? As you guys know, I think she is not guilty of murder, but she sure as hell has to be one of the most difficult defendants to deal with, right? How many attorneys can have irreconcilable differences with one person? I'm not a fan of her new haircut, Kathy. Hey, Sheila. Is this a case that you're familiar with, Sheila? She does have beautiful handwriting. I will agree with that. Oh, you just reminded me, Sheila. The last time Cheryl was on, she reminded me of a poll that I put through regarding what people thought about whether Sarah is guilty or not of second degree and who thinks that she's guilty of manslaughter. And I'd forgotten about this poll, but she reminded me of something entirely not in my favour and not in Sarah's favour. So I managed to find it. And sure enough, 83% of you guys are wrong. 83% of you, this was a while ago, believed that Sarah Boone acted with a depraved mind without regard for human life, which is the crucial line in the terminology of what is classified as second degree murder in Florida. So I have an uphill battle, for sure. Sarah's here. Sheila says, I know that she previously put her son in a suitcase and was cautioned by child services, so she knew the dangers. Yeah, well, she knew it was stupid to do, let's say that, but I still do not think she, I don't think we can say for certain that she knew the result of that, of him being in there, was going to result in his death. Sarah says, morning, evening, everyone. I'm listening while prepping for a big storm. Yes, indeed, Callie. Again, 7 attorneys have, well, the 7th isn't gone yet, but he wants to be gone. Well, Sheila, let's face it, true crime is entertaining. Darkly entertaining, right? See, that's where we disagree, Sheila. That's where we disagree. Cheryl is here. You may want to rewind a few minutes, Cheryl, and see the poll that you referred to earlier. I put it up. You were indeed correct. 5% of people out there agreed with me on the charge. No, I think we can agree on that, Sheila, that she will never ever put anyone in a suitcase again. Yeah, Sheila, just rub it in. Cheryl's your favorite voice person. See, I have some support. Sarah's leaning in my direction that it wasn't intentional. It's just a very hard time right now to make the argument for Sarah on the back of her seventh attorney. What an out. Welsh lady, Cheryl, ask Rabid how many disagreed. So there's about. Just put up the screenshot again, Rabid. There we go. So it's, it's not like a tiny poll, right? There's 120 people voted, and 83% of you are wrong. So whatever 83% of 120 is, what's that? 95 people, I guess. Worse later, disagreed. Yeah, Sheila, you would have added it up to 84% for sure. Sarah says, I do want to hear the trial to see if there are hints about why it's so difficult to maintain an attorney and see if there's more evidence. She was so intoxicated, depraved mind, yes. But depraved to the extent of having zero regard for his life, which is another way of saying that she didn't care if he died. Or that, I guess it's a few words short of saying that she intended his death. And a lot of it is sort of open for a little bit of interpretation. And as people know, there's different interpretations from state to state over there for different charges, right? The big question is, do you believe Sarah intended to murder George? You missed the poll, Tracy. How would you have voted on this? The poll was really asking, do you believe that... Oh, geez. I don't know. I don't have my calculator handy. Oh, geez. Hey, Suzanne. Suzanne is under William's account. Well, she's in Walmart. Okay, Sarah. I need you here. You're my only ally, I think. Sheila, she has to take the stand. Is it perhaps one of the reasons that she has such problems with attorneys? Her insistence on being on the stand? Tracy says, I think she didn't want to kill him, but her actions and inactions did kill him. Is she charged with involuntary manslaughter or murder? She's charged with murder, not murder one. She's charged with second-degree murder. And I have been arguing that it should be manslaughter, which is the step down, next step down. I don't know if if the jury will have the option to downgrade it, like they can do in some trials in some states. Well, if you're not, Sarah, you're here in spirit. Sheila, the trial was due to be May after being continued for something like the 13th time. According to the new judge, was not going to be postponed again. But Sarah almost certainly has no attorney now. Welsh lady, my question is, did she care when she found out he had passed? I would say no. Well, she did not care to the extent that most of us would care, I think. I think that's her overriding emotion was fear, apparently, in regards to retribution from his family. But there are signs in the interrogation where she seems to exhibit genuine care about his loss to me. Not to the extent that you or I would show care, I admit, but it was there. I believe that she just processed the fact very, very quickly. And I believe because although she must have known she was intending to be cruel, she knew within herself that she did not intend him to wake up dead. So I believe she just processed that part of it really quickly. Cheryl says, I don't think she intended for him to die, but she was indifferent, and according to Florida's second-degree definition, it fits her actions. See, Cheryl and I go back, we kind of repeat ourselves a little bit when we're talking about the definition because it is a little open to interpretation. Her behaviour during the interrogation did not show grief as much as it showed her worried about saving her own ass. Yeah, I'd probably agree with that. Hey, wee Ted, I've not seen you for a while. Yeah, there was another letter there a week or two ago. I showed it on one of the previous lives we did. She was not much hinges upon it. She was basically just gloating about the judge being off the case and hoping. I think she was moaning about the new attorney actually as well about communication. If you go onto one of the previous lives that has Sarah Boone in the title, you'll see the letter there. Sheila, by the time it goes to trial, I'm gonna have retired from this place. But she may very well be out for time served, especially if it gets downgraded to manslaughter. It's going to be about 4.5 years if it does go ahead May, June, July. Otherwise, we're encroaching into 5 years incarcerated. She is quite a girl. Does it not almost look like she's gloating about the ridiculousness of the latest events in this in this image. Hey, hybrid. Yeah, yeah, sure. The interrogation is very, very bad for her. And the body cam is very bad for her. The video is very bad for her. The neighbor's testimony is very bad for her because it does sound as though she did throw him down the stairs in the suitcase. Yeah, Tracy. Yeah, yeah. An attorney could be advising her to take a plea deal to downgrade to involuntary manslaughter, and Sarah is maintaining her innocence. It's possible, right? I have to say, even in light of her obnoxiousness, you kind of have to admire her tenacity. Well, I do. You just need to make the one allowance. You need to make the one hypothetical that she's telling the truth when she says she did not intend this. And if that's true, she has every damn right to fight her corner. Hybrid, why did this one withdraw? Do we know? I nearly fell off my chair when I heard. All we know is that he stated irreconcilable differences, like all the others. She did it her way. Yeah. Yeah. Just like Frank Sinatra. Hybrid heard yesterday that she recorded herself kicking him down the stairs. Is that true? I had not heard that. I had not heard that. Hybrid says in regards to Calm in the Chaos suggesting that it could be down to her her refusing to take a plea deal, that shouldn't interfere with representation though. If anyone else in here knows about what Hybrid heard or thought she heard. No, you're saying you did hear it, right? Huh, so where did you hear it, Hybrid? Hybrid truly believes that she believes what she says. Well, wow. So for anyone listening that's not aware, there was two recorded interviews with two separate neighbours that heard loud banging noises coming from the direction of her stairwell 15 minutes to 30 minutes before the time that we know the video was recorded. And they were quite specific in saying that it sounded like something being thrown down the stairs, some sort of banging down the stairs. Tracy says true hybrid, but maybe that is the irreconcilable difference. Does anyone know if a state-appointed attorney has the last say in regards withdrawing? Can the judge deny his motion? Is that possible? Does anyone know? In light of the fact that there's only what, 3 months till trial? Oh, really, Tracy? The judge can deny it? Cheryl agrees, Hybrid agrees. Wheathead. Okay. Huh. Can the defendant then sack the attorney, though? If the judge refuses, can Sarah sack him and defend herself? Yeah, ripe for appeal if he does deny it. Yeah, ineffective counsel galore. Chad Daybell's one just did. What, the judge denied the withdrawal of a attorney? Yes, the defendant can sack. Well, Tracy says the other option is that Sarah represents herself. That was what the previous attorney that withdrew, the sixth, suggested that Sarah should defend herself. And let's just face it, if she defends herself, then she's guilty, right? I don't see Sarah winning over a jury. Cheryl says that she can defend herself, but the judge will try very hard to convince her not to. Yeah. It sure would be a show. I mean, let's be honest, every one of us would love it if Sarah defended herself. But justice would probably not prevail. Well, it's hybrid, it's me, you, Sarah. I think Tracy's kind of on board in the defense of Sarah. Would anyone else like to volunteer their support of Sarah? Ted, are you in support of Sarah? I'm not sure if you've declared your opinion as of yet. Hey, Calamity, how are you? It's good to have you here. Yeah, who's going to volunteer their pity and sympathy for Sarah? Cheryl says, if she defends herself, the jury will probably recommend first degree. They will probably recommend the death penalty. Okay, Tracy actually says, I'm not in support of her, but I don't think it was premeditated, and she did abuse George and enacted in ways that likely caused his death. Okay. See, I'm looking forward to trial and hearing how they explain and define the charge to the jury. We need more words. Ted says she found herself in control of him and used it to get back at him, and it ended badly. Do you agree with the charge of second-degree murder, though, or do you think it should be manslaughter? Sarah says, I wonder if there are other cases where so many attorneys have withdrawn from a case. This has to be approaching some kind of record. It's got to be. Okay, Wheathead's on board. It would be manslaughter, in your opinion. And the thing is, as well, I've said this many times, it's very arguable either way. This is not like a easy distinction to make. There's good arguments on both sides, I think, which is another reason that the trial's going to be fascinating. Yeah, us Scots need to stick together, Wheathead. Let's just be honest about it. My perception, though, right, is that this is going to be a big case. It did not look that way for a long time, but it's kind of gaining notoriety, if nothing else, right? Hey, Red Eye, good to see you again. Don't tempt me with another poll. Polls don't work out well for me, Tracy. Hybrid, I am. See, this is the thing. I've said this many times. I am amazed that an ambitious lawyer hasn't volunteered their services for Sarah. Because based on the limited information we have, to be fair, based on that, it's a very, very winnable case. I guarantee if Sarah looked like Casey Anthony, she would not be having these problems. No, it's true. Cheryl says, I will say, though, I will not be surprised if she gets found guilty of just manslaughter, but jury get it wrong all the time. Yeah, yeah. O.J. Simpson's the obvious example. I'm trying to think of any others. Is she coming on to these lawyers like Jodi Arias? Yeah, I don't see Sarah as being being the type. Hey, Lisa. Sarah says, if there are other cases where difficulty with attorneys occurred, I wonder what they did. I'll try and look that up. I'm walking about, as I said, prepping in case I lose power. Yeah, cool. Let us know what you find. This is just crazy. Do you think Sarah's just trolling YouTube? All of us that want to see this case? Cool, we did. So shall we maneuver on to the Adelsons? Are we done with Sarah? Is there more to say on Sarah? Brian, were they playing hide and seek? Well, they were playing dumb games, is what they were doing. Hybrid says if she did kick him down the stairs, being drunk cannot be a defense. She can't say she doesn't remember regarding alcohol and have that matter. I agree that in the event that she did throw him down the stairs is gonna make things so much more difficult for her, but I still, even in spite of that, I still don't think it changes the crucial elements for me. I do still think that the alcohol could be argued to be mitigating circumstances there. I mean, we don't even know. These could just be 4 or 5 steps down the stairs, right? I don't see her. Um, I mean, it shows intent to harm, obviously, I guess, to an extent, but it doesn't show intent to kill. Calamity, she's charged with second-degree murder. All right, on to the deplorable beast that is Wendy Adelson. Yes, hybrid and convicted of being hella difficult. Tracy, so Wendy and Harvey are the only ones. Well, Wendy, Harvey, and Donna are the only ones not convicted. Donna is in jail right now, awaiting trial. The two hitmen on the right are convicted. Luis Rivera took a plea agreement and is serving 19 years. Garcia is serving life. Katie McBanowa is serving life. And Charlie is serving life. And Donna is charged with first-degree murder. And Wendy and Harvey have been named by the prosecution as unindicted conspirators. Sheila, if you don't know this case, it would blow your mind. I'm into this one till the end, guys. This case is Shakespearean in its scope. It really is. Rabid, can you do a rough overview for Sheila? Okay. It's not easy, but I will try. With the help of our cast here. Wendy was married to Dan Markel. They were married in 2006. They had two young kids together that were born in 2009, 2010. They separated in 2011. Sorry, 2012 they separated. And they were divorced a year later. However, in that year from when they were separated up until the divorce, there was a multiple there was a multitude of legal battles between the two of them. Dan was devastated when Wendy dropped the bomb of "I'm leaving you" while he was up in New York on a business trip. And he described it as a Pearl Harbor divorce. She stripped him of certain funds that he didn't find out about until later, stole a family heirloom, moved with the kids somewhere he was unaware of, took most of the furniture, and then in about the year from the separation up until divorce, there was a lot of legal battles, as I say. Wendy wanted to move down to her family. They lived in Tallahassee in North Florida. Wendy's family all lived down in South Florida, in and around Miami. Wendy wanted to move down to be close to her family with the kids, so and despite the agreement through the divorce being that they would have 50-50 custody, um, Wendy put through a motion to relocate to South Florida with sole custody, and that was rejected by the court with prejudice. And there was a lot of hate coming from the Adelsons family towards Dan, which is an understatement. Apparently, according to the motions that Dan was putting through court, the grandparents, especially Donna, were poisoning the kids' ears with hate in regards to Dan. So he filed a motion to deprive the grandparents of unsupervised visitation. Then Dan discovered that Wendy had committed fraud through her affidavit in court, where she did not declare certain funds, a huge amount of funds. And this was all leading up until the murder. This was all being presented to court. And according to what Dan had told some of his friends, he was about to drop a legal bomb on Wendy that Wendy knew about that could potentially result in her losing her license to practice. Could potentially have huge consequences for her. And in the year leading up to the murder, according to the evidence through trial, um, Wendy's brother Charlie and Wendy's mother Donna hatched the plan to have Dan murdered. So Charlie had an on and off girlfriend, Katie McBanawa, who had criminal connections. So they paid these three 100,000 to murder Dan. And through what's come out, there's been 3 trials, and through what's come out, it looks very, very much as though Wendy was a part of this. So that's a summary. Yeah, Red Eye, Pearl Harbor style divorce, right? Think about the way the Japanese preempted the US before war was declared by trying to destroy their entire fleet. Wendy had already taken courses in regards to sole parenting leading up to this. She'd already written a book a year before, which was the book that I was shown earlier, where she was, by all accounts, writing about herself. The similarities that are within this book to her own life are obvious. She despised living in Tallahassee. She ended up despising Dan. And the book is all about an attorney, I think, or a human rights activist who's stuck in a backwater panhandle Florida town with her hapless Canadian husband. And just to emphasize, um, one of the big points in this case is how all-devouring Donna was. The grandmother to the kids, the mother to Donna. And this all came out in trial through some of the emails that Donna was writing to Wendy in 2013. And for people that have seen the interview that Wendy had 4 hours after the murder, and how much of a performance it comes across as, it's quite something to read some of the quotations from the emails from Donna to Wendy. Time to take action. Gibbers. Gibbers was the nickname that this pair gave to Dan. Gibbers hasn't beaten the Adelsons family yet. Why not stand up to this fucker? Why not fight? We're a team. We can't do this without your help. Well, it is all about winning and losing. We're trying to get a win. You deserve it. You deserve so much more than a life without family teaching in Tallahassee. Donna was putting huge pressure on Wendy, it seems, to go over and above to try and provoke Dan and to try and win this relocation case. You have one final opportunity to make him angry. We want him ticked off so he realizes he could lose control over his kids. Everyone has a price. Now is the time to start. You know, Wendy, most of the wars that have been fought for the last couple of thousands of years have been fought over religion. time to take action. Our lives will be affected by how well you can perform, act before July the 31st, which was the divorce finalized date. You can be a good actress when you want to. I've seen you in action. You need to put on the performance of your life. Jibbers hasn't beaten the Adelsons yet. You cannot tell anyone this is an act. Take control from him psychologically. It's time for you to show us that you can put on the performance of your life for the next few weeks. You need to help yourself. Why not stand up to this fucker? Why not fight? We're not talking about a lifetime of this. You have the boys a very limited number of days before the mediation takes place. This is all part of an act. Please rethink this. We're all willing to help you accomplish this, and that's all it is, Wendy, an act. An act of defiance that will put a scare into this jackass. It will infuriate him. And you can see that she's coming up with plans as to how that they can provoke Dan, tick him off. This was all a plan in order to try and bribe Dan to the tune of $1 million to allow the relocation. Try and provoke him to make his life hell so that he'd be more willing to accept the relocation because, as Donna says here, maybe he'll be willing to let you relocate if he knew his children could attend the private Hebrew academy. Let's get this going now. I know you would never want to think you didn't do absolutely everything to come down to your family. Dad and I have changed our lives this year to support and assist you and the boys in every possible way. Charlie has accepted the loss in of his business income for us to do this because he loves you and wants only the best possible future for you. You know, Wendy, most of the wars that have been fought for I've read that, haven't I? And she's talking about Charlie bringing up a point when he said that the Americans were dropped behind enemy lines during World War II, wearing Nazi uniforms to get what they wanted. They had a job to get done and they did what they needed to do to accomplish it. You have a job to get done and a very short time frame to accomplish it. If you dressed your kids up in Hitler Youth uniforms and brought them down here, I couldn't care less if it was an act of defiance that would show Jibbers that he's not in control. You need to see the big picture. You need to look into the future. What a life without your only family nearby, teaching in Tallahassee with Danny always in the picture will give you. It's not a pretty picture. We want to see you help yourself. Not everything one has to do in life is comfortable or easy. I don't think you realize the type of offer we're considering. We're planning on you, Charlie, and Dad and I going as high as equal parts in a $1 million offer. That's 330,000 from each of us. We're a team. You can't do this. We can't do this without your help. You have to show us that you're doing your part in this too. We're a team. We can't do this without your help. Now is the time to start. You said this divorce is not about winning and losing, that it's not a competition. You've already lost relocation according to the legal system. Well, it is about winning and losing. We're trying to get a win. You deserve it. You deserve so much more than a life without family, teaching in Tallahassee. So the obvious question one might have from being aware of this type of pressure coming from Donna is how much weight do you put on the little hints in here that that Wendy was not fully on board with some of the suggestions, and you can see them in here. I don't think you realize the type of offer we're considering. There's a hint there that Wendy wasn't on board with this plan fully. You need to see the big picture. She's trying hard to convince Wendy of something. And you can see here she says, please rethink this. We're all willing to help you accomplish this. So there's a hint of some hesitation coming from Wendy, but how far does that extend is the question. And if people go and watch my previous live, I made an attempt to try and show the multitude of red flags that indicate Wendy's knowledge and guilt has been a part of this. Oh, hey, Jenny. Hey, Pussycat. Sheila, yeah, Dan died in 2014. He was murdered. Lisa says, I'm in and out of chat, so I'm not sure about this case. I've heard about it and really need to find the time to catch up. Can anyone recommend somewhere I can do that from beginning to present day? Well, I've attempted to do that, Lisa, if you go back and watch the previous lives. Yeah, like Cheryl says there. Tracy says, moms have inherent power dynamics even when their children are fully grown. Right. Donna is the archetypal all-devouring mother. Pussycat, so Wendy is innocent? No. No, she's absolutely not innocent. But she's not being charged yet. Yeah, I'm sure Dr. Grandi will have a good summary of the case. Yeah. Okay, I've got many clips to show you guys. What I want to start off with here is I think it's always handy to get an idea of the locations here. So let's rewind back to the day of July the 18th, Friday, July the 18th, 2014, when Dan was murdered. So it's just, I think it's handy to have things in your mind's eye in any case. So this is where Wendy lived here. She was renting a place in Aqua Ridge Way up here. This is Tallahassee. And this is Trescott Drive, where Dan lived. And Wendy used to live here. 2116 Trescott Drive. So Dan had the kids this day. The two hitmen had actually driven up to Tallahassee the month prior in June to scout this out, and they aborted their plan. Hybrid says there is a camp that believes Wendy is innocent, believe it or not. See, I'd love if anyone was to come in and make the case for Wendy. There's a few percentages in my mind that can still contemplate that the family did this without her knowledge, but it's almost impossible to believe. The trouble is, there's no smoking gun evidence regarding Wendy, but there's a multitude of red flags that comprise a really strong circumstantial case. And we have to remember that there's got to be a good reason that she's been named an unindicted conspirator. The prosecution have named her that for a good reason. They must have more than what we're aware of. Do a poll. Yeah, let's do a poll. Do you believe there is a realistic chance that Wendy is innocent? Hybrid says, Tracy, she's been so well insulated. Charlie jumped at the opportunity to be Mommy's hero and resident gangster all in one. Yeah. Charlie the Fixer. Sarah says, I think so too. Too many coincidences and her interview. She said far too much, leading me to believe she was in on the planning. Yeah. Okay, so Dan had the kids this day. The kids would have been 4 and 5 at this point. So they were at preschool. So Dan dropped off the kids over to the west here, over here. At 8:50 a.m. (8:50 a.m.) at the creative preschool. Here. Red Eye says her family calling him that fucker means he was saying stuff, or Wendy was accusing him of that to her family members. It's called a smear campaign in psychology. Yeah, let's just call it as it is. Dan was rinsing her through court. And from what I can tell, Wendy had some legitimate reason to be upset about things. But she had, according to Dan, stolen hundreds of thousands from him, and her family was poisoning his name through the kids. So he had his reasons. Pussycat says Dan was smarter and well liked, so they hated not being into period. Yeah, from all accounts, Dan was really popular. He was a high achieving attorney. They both worked at the FSU legal. Well, Wendy worked at the legal clinic at FSU. So they hated not being on top, right? Got you. Yeah. Yeah. From all accounts, Wendy had a real problem with Dan's achievements. Dan had to tell his friends to never ever mention that he went to Harvard around Wendy. And he did get her the job by all accounts. Yeah, it was a condition apparently of him taking the job that Wendy would get employment there. And that was all about to change, as I say. There was a legal bomb about to be dropped that was potentially going to cause Wendy to lose her job. And of course, Donna was about to lose unsupervised visitation rights. And he was not allowing the relocation. And these are the primary motivations here, which all include Wendy and her interests. So for anyone that believes in Wendy's innocence, you have to believe that the family decided to have the father of Wendy's kids murdered without her giving the okay. And there's just too many red flags and coincidences to believe that when you go through the list. Right? You deserve a win. This was a war to Donna, and she lost her entire empire as a result of this war and their need for vengeance. How you do, Sheila? Yeah. This was done. Yeah, Pussycat, can you imagine? Like, those kids are teenagers now, and their minds have to have been. Can you imagine what they've been told about what went on here and how their life is going to be affected as this plays out? So Dan dropped off the kids at the preschool at 8:50. He then drives up further north up here, not far from Mosaic Restaurant where Wendy ended up at 1 p.m. You went to this health club here. He got there just after 9 a.m., so he drove straight up. And the two hitmen, these scumbags, were following Dan at this point. And there's footage here you can see from the car park of this health club. In the middle there is the silver Toyota Prius that they were driving. So they were following him. They were in this parking lot. So just as he got there, he called Wendy at 9:02. Dan did. And Wendy never mentions this during her interview. She mentions sending off an email to her school regarding some citations, the school library. But she doesn't mention 4 hours after she's just learned that Dan's been shot, that Dan called her at 9:02. She let it go to voicemail, never bothered to call back, but she did listen to the voicemail straight away. Well, at 9:19, Wendy calls Charlie for 15 minutes. Dan's at the health club up until 10:40. Then he drives back south to Trescott. So this is Trescott here. Driveway leading up to the garage. I think this may be a crime scene. It is actually. It's a crime. You can see the crime scene tape. This is actually taken on the day that he was murdered. So he was sitting in this garage, and he was on a call with a friend, and his friend told law enforcement later that Dan told him that there was some weird stranger walking down his driveway, and he said that there were some muffled sounds, and then he didn't hear from Dan again. So Dan was shot twice at close range through the windscreen there. 2 gunshots to the head. Between 10:51 and 10:54. And they would later see footage of the Toyota Prius that the two hitmen were driving. It was captured on a bus security camera leaving the scene. And then they were later captured here, 6:46 on the way home, I guess. Let's see what you guys are saying. Do you know who shot him out of the three? Yeah, according to Rivera, who took a plea agreement, it was Garcia that shot Dan. Rivera was driving. And in fact, you can see here, Rivera is closest to the camera. He's driving here, and Garcia is in the white shirt. He was the on and off boyfriend of Kay McBanowa. They had kids together. So he was the shooter, according to Rivera. Cheryl says, I wonder if he had some speculation that something could happen to him, or did he never think anything like this would happen? Yeah, it's a good question. I have not heard anyone say anything that would indicate that he had any knowledge that this family was capable of something like this. Yeah, Red Eye. Winning in court was just a tipping point. Yeah. Yeah. The poor neighbor that found him. Yeah, I mean, he could have been, because he didn't die until the next day. He would have been brain dead, most likely immediately, but he didn't actually pass away until the next day. So God knows how long he would have sat there. I mean, I guess once the kids wouldn't have been picked up. They would have found out that day at some point. Yeah, according to the witness that called 911, there was still some movement. There can still be movement, involuntary movements, and you be brain dead though. I mean, I'm sure it was. I hope he didn't suffer too much, right? I'm sure his lights were extinguished immediately. Yeah. And for anyone that's not aware, it took 2 years for Garcia to be arrested. He was arrested in May 25th, 2016, down in Miami. He was named a suspect the next day, and then June 2016, Rivera was named a suspect. He was already in prison at the time, so he was extradited to Tallahassee, and they were both indicted for murder June the 17th. As I say, a few months later, the end of September, beginning of October, Rivera signed a plea agreement for his cooperation, and he got a 19-year sentence for that. And then October the 1st, Katie McBanowa was arrested in Broward County in Miami. This was a few months after the bump had initially happened. The bump was 19th of April 2016, and then the FBI recorded Charlie and Katie at that Dolce Vita restaurant, April the 20th. They knew about the vehicle. pretty early on. I think the 911 witness was able to give a description. I wonder how many murders for hire actually happen, how many successfully happen without any convictions. Yeah, I'm sure it happens. And from what is for anyone that was in here on the last live, as Jamie was saying, they apparently attempted to hire hitmen in 2013, the year leading up to this, and they got conned out of their money. So they had already tried this. Sarah, I watched a good portion of the driver's testimony. Yeah, I've got that on the list of things to watch. There's so much interesting testimony that I'm going to start going through. She tried to get insurance money. When they called up Dan's insurance company within a very short time of the murder, I don't know if she got anything from it, but she certainly tried to cash in on the GoFundMe that Dan's friend Tamara Demko had set up by claiming that she was Dan's widow. This is why Katie is the idiot in this story. I think 3 times she was offered a plea agreement for a lesser sentence, and on the advice of her counsel, she refused it each time. And it's unbelievable when you watch Katie's attempt at defending herself in court. It's probably she's probably the worst example of a defendant trying to defend themselves on the stand that I've ever seen. And I'm going to watch that eventually. It is unbelievable, but it's very satisfying. Sarah Duggan is the co-prosecutor who cross-examines her, and it's awesome. So just to put this more in your mind's eye about the locations here, I'm going to play a clip from the Tallahassee Democrat who've covered this trial and the case from day one.
I'm Jennifer Portman, news director of the Tallahassee Democrat, and I'm here at the Ashford Club at Benton Hills apartment complex on Thomasville Road. It's here in the southeast corner of this parking lot where investigators say the man responsible for the killing of FSU law professor Dan Markell parked in the day before his killing in his garage on Trescott Drive. According to unsealed court documents, a witness at the apartment complex saw 2 men fitting the description of the suspects leave the silver-colored Prius and walk down here, this linear park in Benton Hills. This park runs directly behind the Markell residence. There's a deep ditch here.
Can you guys just put a 1 in the chat if you can hear this audio okay? There's often issues with StreamYard when you're sharing. Okay, cool. So this is the Ashford apartments, that the parking lot that she's standing in there is just behind Dan's home. That's Dan's home there that you can see in the background. And just to give you an indication of where that is. I was sure I had this flagged. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so that's Trescott Drive there. That's Dan's home. And then just behind here is the Ashford Apartments. That's the parking lot. So that's where the day before the murder, This is where Rivera and Garcia part, and they walk down here into this, just over this ditch to scope out Dan's home. That's where she's reporting from.
It's often full of water. When the men returned about 10 minutes later, the witness said that one was completely soaked, another was soaked in his pants, and they were carrying something unidentifiable and black in their hand, presuming that perhaps these men had traversed this ditch to get a better look inside the back of the Markel home. The court records detailing the arrest of Sigfredo Garcia for Markel's murder say that Markel left his house here on Trescott Drive in Benton Hills the morning of July 18th, 2014. He was on his way first to take his two young sons to Creative Preschool on West Tharp Street. After dropping off the children at preschool at about 8:50 a.m., it takes Markel about 25 minutes to drive here to Market Square to Premier Fitness, where he works out. When he pulls in, surveillance cameras show that he's being followed by the light silver, light green Prius. He parks, he goes inside the Prius, moves several times in the parking lot, the surveillance cameras show. When Markel leaves at about 10:40 a.m., his car is seen pulling out, heading towards Thomasville Road, and that same Prius car is seen following him. At 11:02 a.m.,
So I've shown you where the health centre is, just to the north, up just past Mosaic. And just to show you the parking lot again. That's where they were. And then he drove back home about 10:40, and they obviously followed him, and the silver Prius was caught following him out the exit of that parking lot.
Tallahassee Police Department received a report of a shooting here at the Markel home. Markel was found slumped over his steering wheel of his Honda, a gunshot wound to his head. He'd been talking on the phone to a friend, and Markel had mentioned to them that there was some stranger in the driveway. He heard some sounds, some muffled sounds, but he never heard Markel's voice again. A neighbor who had heard what sounded like a gunshot reported seeing a Prius-like vehicle pulling out of this driveway and leaving the scene.
So that was between 10:51, 10:54, and Wendy left her home about 10:15. This red line is where she drives down Centerville Road, all the way down here. She's on her way to Mosaic to meet friends for dinner or for lunch at 1 o'clock. She's just had the TV repairman come out to her home for a couple of hours. As I say, Donna had set this up for her. She had already texted her brother saying this is so sweet, which she later deleted. She deleted the reminder for the TV repair, and then she was on a call with Charlie for about 20 minutes, about an hour prior to the murder. Then she actually tries to call back Dan before she actually leaves at 11:42. So she waits about 3 hours after Dan had called her to try and call back. Clearly, she knew there would be no answer, but she never mentions that in the interview, that she tried to call him back either. So as I say, she leaves about 12:15. She comes down Centerville here and then turns onto Trescott. And from what we now know, putting together what she said through her interview and through the trials, she has to have driven all the way up here to this roadblock where the crime scene tape was and where the police cars were. And you can see it is literally 3 homes up from Trescott Drive. And as the cops testified, most people would have to have been able to see that the crime scene was at this home from that roadblock. And then Wendy, and this is according to the cop, did an about turn and left immediately, really quickly. Got out of Dodge, came back down Trescott Drive, down to the exit, and then she comes along the remainder of Centerville Road in purple here, and then comes up Benton Road and goes and picks up her Bullet Bourbon. It's literally called Bullet Rye Whiskey at 12:30 here at ABC Liquors. And then she drives up. She goes to this gas station here and then continues all the way up to Mosaic. Gets there just after 1. And then she's picked up by Detective Isom from Mosaic, taken to the police station and interviewed, I think at 2:45 p.m., so 4 hours after the murder. And the obvious conclusion, looking just at the where her path there, is very strange that she came all the way down here and drove up to the crime scene on her way to Mosaic. And the fact that she went to this liquor store when there's so many others closer by Mosaic. Suzanne is back on her own account. Yeah, the question was just whether people could hear the audio, so you didn't miss a question. So, I had a look into Wendy's book. Now, remember, guys, she wrote this in 2011, or she published this in 2011, a year before the separation. According to Amazon, I think it was published about September, November 2011. And she decided to separate from Dan July 2012. And isn't it just the shittest name you could ever come up with for a book? This is our story. It's like the kind of title a 12-year-old would come up with for a book. And notice the character on the cover with their exceptionally blue eyes. And as you guys will know, bizarrely, she thought it a good idea, or she thought it relevant to mention to Detective Isom within the first 10 minutes of the interview the guy that sold her the liquor complimented her on her really blue eyes. Kind of strange, right? Let's have a look at the introduction here to the book on Amazon. This is our story follows the lives of Rosa and Myla, two young women from different countries who became victims of human trafficking, then unwittingly duped into domestic servitude and commercial sexual exploitation in the American Southeast. It's not even written. The grammar's all over the place here. Their experiences with the underbelly of globalization here in our own backyard and the legal battles they wage against their traffickers with their immigration attorney, Lily, are told in their own voices and hers in vivid and compelling detail. Yeah, someone needs to rewrite that summary. But her bio's interesting. Wendy Adelson is a Floridian, born and raised, and executive director of a nonprofit that focuses on immigrant advocacy. She is an attorney who has taught law students and represented clients in the fields of immigration, child advocacy, and disability rights. She has written for legal journals and produced a manual on special immigrant juvenile status. She has been a contestant on The Weakest Link, a contortionist, and now a novelist. She resides in Florida with her boys. First of all, who thought it relevant to put in her about page that she's a contortionist? Oh, hey, Wiccan. Good to see you. Cool, Cheryl. Yeah, yeah. Wendy's a contortionist, guys. But I know what you're most interested in is the fact that she was a contestant on The Weakest Link. So fear not, guys. Rabid's got the clip. This was in 2003. I don't think she's met Dan by this point. I need to double check, but they were married in 2006. I don't know when they actually met, if anyone knows. But this was 2003. Buckle up, people.
Wendy, have you always wanted to work at a think tank? Is that what you want to do with your life?
No, it definitely isn't.
What have you always wanted to do?
When I was little, I wanted to be a giraffe.
So for anyone that couldn't hear that, she said when she was little, she always wanted to be a giraffe when she grew up.
Wendy, have you always wanted to work at a think tank? Is that what you want to do with your life?
No, it definitely isn't.
What have you always wanted to do?
When I was little, I wanted to be a giraffe.
A giraffe stroke murderer. Contortionist rhymes with extortionist. Maybe there's a song there. Maybe. So I couldn't help find good old Anne Robinson.
It's votes that count. You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
I don't know if I've ever mentioned this on YouTube before, but this could not help but remind me that I used to have a recurring nightmare when I was a kid of being chased by a fucking flying giraffe. It was terrifying. I knew there was a reason that I was destined to cover this case. But guess what, guys? The fame and fortune of TV stardom doesn't end there. Because her mother, Donna, in 1986, found TV stardom herself.
And we now meet Donna Adelson from Coral Springs, Florida. I want to hear all about you, Donna. Let's go.
Well, I'm a domestic coordinator.
A domestic coordinator?
Yes. I'm responsible for the activities, classes, and lessons of my son Robert, who is 16, Charlie, who is 12, Wendy, who is 10, my husband Harvey, who's in the audience, and my dog Sam.
All right. And how old is Sam?
5.
5. Okay.
I'm not an expert on accents over there, but she seems to have a New York type accent. Am I right? I guess she wasn't born and raised in Florida like her daughter. Dreams are fascinating, Sarah. I wonder how giraffes give birth. Yeah, that must be kind of dangerous, right, for the newborns. I guess they must lie down, right? I hope they lie down. That's quite a drop. So I need you Americans to confirm that that's a kind of New York accent. Let's hear. Let's see Donna in all her glory.
And we now meet Donna Adelson from Coral Springs, Florida. I want to hear all about you, Donna. Let's go.
Well, I'm a domestic coordinator.
A domestic coordinator?
Yes. I'm responsible for the activities, classes, and lessons of my son Robert, who is 16, Charlie, who is 12, Wendy, who is 10, my husband Harvey, who's in the audience, and my dog Sam.
All right. And how old is Sam?
5.
5. Okay. So give him our best. Nice to have you here. And this is vowels word nothing. Consonants are going to be words. Can we get 800? We can. All right. So I'm writing on this. Again, person is the category. Stu, still your turn. Letter, please. L. No L. Donna.
M.
Yes, there are 2 M's. Let them come up. You have 5 seconds. Person. Ellen. K. Yes, K.
You're about to see some irony here.
Mustard maker. Nope, still time. Maker. Stu. H, please. Yes, there's 1 H. Time starts now. First. Donna.
F.
Yes.
Mischief maker.
Yeah, that's it, Donna. Well, we have 3 winners here, and that's very nice. Congratulations on your $2,900, and thanks very much for being here, Donna. Likewise, you, Stu, with a pretty good haul, $3,550. Thank you. Well, Alan, we know your favorite.
Donna the Mischief Maker. Yes, indeed. M for murder. Takes one to know one. Her accent sounded Midwestern to you, like Wisconsin or Michigan. I thought I heard a New York kind of accent there, but I'm no expert. Okay, so just to go back to this book, this is an article that was in the Tax Prof blog that came out 2016. So October 19th, not long after Katie had been arrested. I know it's kind of hard to see this here, but I just want to read some of this. Wendy Adelson's criminally lousy novel, This Is Our Story. A few months ago, Above the Law published recordings of Adelson's presentations to a writer's workshop, held some time after Markel's murder. Adelson complained that her late ex-spouse, a phrase that Wendy creatively punned as her latex spouse, did not care for fiction and did not read her book. Wendy has actually got a podcast, guys, out there. I don't know if I could bear to watch it or listen to it, but she does. In spite of her intense publicity generated by the lurid murder mystery starring herself, I do not believe anyone has yet explored Adelson's novel as a possible window into her self-perception of its enigmatic author. This Is Our Story is inartful, shallow, cliched, oddly bland given its human trafficking theme, and terribly self-important. Interestingly, though, Adelson states that her book purports to tell, in substantial part, her own story, which she would later deny in court, by the way. She tried to say in court this was actually about her friend. In an afterword to her novel, she states that I selfishly wanted you to know a bit about my story, which has much, but not all, in common with Attorney Lily, the main character in the novel. In the novel, Lily's heroic work is obstructed by a clueless and condescending husband whom she has outgrown. Hubby Josh whines and snivels but ultimately accepts his marching orders. However, discarding Josh's real-life model seems to have been a messier proposition. Yeah, writing for a friend, right? Now, I want to get into some of the interview from Jeffrey Lacasse, who was an absolute bomb as far as the Adelson family were concerned. His interview with law enforcement and his multiple testimonies. But before I do that, I just want to play a small clip from the beginning of the most recent trial with Charlie, Wendy's brother, and the most recent testimony from Wendy. I'm just going to play a few minutes of the beginning of this because before I go into some of the stuff with Jeff, because I'm going to leave going through Wendy's testimony for a separate live because it's engrossing. But just to give you a little measure of how Wendy comes across all the time is interesting to observe, and it's awesome to hear Georgia Kappelman cross-examine her. Well, she's not really cross-examining here. Wendy's compelled to testify, but it takes the form of a cross-examination essentially. And just Georgia's sarcasm is awesome to hear. So let me just bring this up. It's 3 or 4 minutes of the beginning of this trial. And just to observe Wendy's mannerisms, her general behavior, body language, and why she is so gross to so many people.
Testimony you're about to give will be true. You may be seated.
Ma'am, please say and spell your name.
Wendy Adelson, Wendiadelson.
Where are you from, Ms. Adelson?
I'm originally from Coral Springs, Florida.
And where do you live now?
I currently live in Miami.
How are you employed?
Now kind of part-time. I do asylum work and I fundraise for nonprofits.
Just observe the general dynamic between the two of them. It's interesting.
Organizations.
Are you an attorney?
By training, yes.
Okay. How long have you been a member of the Florida Bar?
Since I graduated and took the bar in 2006.
And are you here today pursuant to a subpoena?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And that subpoena confers use and derivative use immunity to you, so nothing you say can be used against you in the future.
That is correct.
Okay.
Unless she is found to have lied and perjured herself.
That doesn't mean you have full immunity from prosecution, but nothing you say here and nothing derived from it could be used in that prosecution. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
Did you know Daniel Markell?
Yes.
How did you know him?
We were married.
When did you meet Mr. Markell?
We met in the fall of my second year of law school, so fall of 2004.
And where did you meet?
We met in Washington, D.C. He was working there, and I was looking into a summer job in Washington.
And when did you get married?
In February of 2006.
And when did you live here in Tallahassee?
We lived in Tallahassee my third year of law school, so from August of 2005 until I think around maybe May or June of 2006. And then we moved to Miami for a year because Danny was interested in working at the University of Miami. He did not get the job at University of Miami, and so we moved back here in 2007 and lived here until 2014.
And where were the two of you employed during the time you lived here in Tallahassee?
I was employed at the FSU Center for Human Rights, and Danny was employed at FSU Law School.
Were you both professors at FSU College of Law?
Yes.
And were you living on Trescott Drive at that time?
When we were married, we lived, I think we rented a house before that, but at some point, maybe in 2008.
Even just the way she articulates words annoys me. And you'll notice with Wendy this habit she has of over-emphasizing and over-explaining relative irrelevant stuff. But when it gets to the important questions, she does everything she can to minimize or obscure. And Georgia Kappelman's manner is just awesome. As I say, her sarcasm and just her tone is just perfect for Wendy. And I think Wendy picks up on it as well. I think she has a knack of getting to Wendy.
We moved to Trescott Drive.
And is that the home that he was still living in at the time that he was killed?
That is correct.
Okay, and you were no longer living there, is that correct?
I was no longer living there.
You almost expect a sigh from Georgia and a whatever. after each response. It's implicit in her tone, is what I'm saying.
All right. At the time he was killed, you two had children together, yes?
Yes.
And how many children did you have?
We have 2 children.
And what are their ages now?
They are 13 and 14.
What about at the time of their dad's death?
At the time of their dad's death, they were 4 and 3.
So there's just a little introduction to Wendy. But as I say, what I want to play now is the police interview of Jeffrey Lacasse, who's been crucial in these trials so far. This is fascinating. Jeffrey was Wendy's boyfriend for around 6 months leading up until the murder. And as you will hear through his interview, he was being set up as a patsy by Wendy. There's no doubt about that. She implicated him as a suspect during her interview. This is worth sticking with, guys, because it's fascinating. And then you also have his testimony, which I'll probably have to get into on another day. Yeah, she did, Tracy, yeah. He truly was being set up as a patsy by Wendy.
Go through all that in my head. I come to the conclusion, as you said a minute ago, that she was at least aware this was going to happen, and I think probably involved in it.
So Jeffrey came in to speak to law enforcement about 3 occasions, I think, and this is just given a summary of one of his later, I think maybe his last interview in 2015. So just less than a year after the murder, and you can see that he's come to a pretty definite conclusion by this point.
Okay. All right, Mr. Lacasse, I appreciate you coming in.
So this is going back to 3 days after the murder, guys. 3 days. July the 21st. And this is, I got this, as you can see, from Deep Dive True Crime. I think they used to be called Mentor Lawyer. They're great at putting out interrogations and things, so kudos to them.
And talking with me here. Like I said, we're still in the preliminary stages of this investigation. Yeah. Your name did come up, of course, because you were associated at some point with Wendy, of course, which is his ex-wife, as I'm sure you know. Yeah. So I'm basically just, I appreciate you coming in. Sure. I want to ask you some questions, kind of figure out where you were, if you've heard anything, if you have any information that would be helpful to us. Yeah. Just kind of run that whole gamut. Okay, so...
Can I ask one other question before you get started? Is this...
I'm sorry?
Is this on the record as I give you this statement?
Yeah, it's on the record.
Is there any opportunity to talk off the record, or that's not possible?
No, it's possible.
Okay, we do on the record first, and I have a couple theoretical things that I want to be quoted on, but... Yeah. Okay.
Is that Windrush Village?
It is.
Apartment 41? Mm-hmm. How do you like the neighborhood over there?
It's cheap. It's $500 a month. I'm saving for a house, so.
Oh, okay. You gotta do what you gotta do. Yeah. I used to live right over there off of Claremont.
Yeah, sure,
which is right there across the road from
That's
it.
nice over there. Yeah.
Well, like you said, it's kind of cheap over there. Yeah. That's where I first moved when I got out of college. But gotcha. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Do you have any contact numbers that I can reach you at? Should I need to talk to you later?
Sure.
I think I talked to you on a 294 number.
That's the number. That's the only number I have.
That's your number. Yeah. Okay, I got that one. Just tell me a little bit about yourself as far as your background and stuff like that, and kind of what you and Wendy...
Yeah, absolutely. I actually got my PhD here at Florida State from 2000-2008.
Okay.
Graduated from FSU, went to Arizona for 5 years, and this is my first year back. So I met Wendy maybe a month after I got back. Met her in September of 2013.
Okay.
We were set up on a date by a mutual friend I work with. Dr. Jane, I know you've met Jane, so.
I haven't.
Oh, you have someone met Jane. She was in here when Wendy did her long 9-hour day.
Okay, and I take it you've talked to somebody about that because you know about it?
I talked to Jane for 5 minutes. I've been out of town.
Okay.
And Wendy and I are estranged at the moment, so it's pretty bad timing in terms of that. So I can get to that as I give you the tail end of it.
Sure.
So we started dating in September, did it all through the fall.
Okay.
Wasn't serious back then. She was dating other people as well. Came back from Christmas break, had a conversation, decided to date more seriously, and by March 1, we're a couple, we're girlfriend, boyfriend.
By March of 2014?
Yeah. And then spent a lot of time with Wendy. I don't think anybody's been with Wendy more than me in the last 6 months.
Okay.
She has 2 kids. I've been over there, I'd say 80 or 90% of nights I'm over there. And every single night that she doesn't have the kids, with maybe just 1 or 2 exceptions, if she's in town, I've slept over. So I spent a lot of time with her. We had some problems.
Where's that at?
That's 3303 Aqua Ridge Way in Corn. Always at her house, never at mine. I got a shitty apartment, as you know.
So as you can hear, he spent a lot of time with Wendy, even though they were only together for around 6 months leading up to the murder. He, as he said himself, essentially co-parented with Wendy, took care of those kids. And you can't really, in this case, you can't really understand the potential problems with Wendy having knowledge until you've really dived into what this guy has to say.
We ran into some problems in May and June, started fighting.
And I'm not here to get into your personal life.
Yeah, but I think it may bear. Go ahead. Yeah.
But given the severity of this incident,
yes.
I mean, I am going to pry a little bit. I hope you
Pry
don't
as
get
much
offended by that.
I'm not offended.
Ultimately, I mean, what our goal is to find out who did this and to bring them to justice.
I get it. I
you
get
know,
it.
So
anything you need to ask. That helps me because I don't want to volunteer my BS if it's not useful to you. So tell me what's useful to you. I'll tell you anything you want to.
Yeah, and with that, I'll just tell me everything, and I'll write down what's useful and discard the rest.
Okay.
So what kind of problems were you getting into in May and June? Was it?
Yeah. Jeez, this is gonna be public. This is fucked up.
Wait, what was that?
I said if this goes public, it's just I know how this works.
It probably won't.
Okay.
What was that about?
I was just same thing. I was just trying to say, look, let's just forgive him, forget him. Both of us will move on here, you know. But she wanted me to just roll over, and it's a little too stubborn. Didn't trust her anymore. It's damaged beyond repair, probably. But I was in love with this girl, man, so it was hard. Maybe with the kids, I'm like a co-parent, basically. It was really rough.
How old are the kids?
3 and 4. Yeah, Ben and Lincoln. So the next night, and by the way, while she's in South Florida, she is completely miserable. She gets depressed, she gets anxious, and she's got her baggage. But I never, even though we didn't have much contact, I never heard her as bad as she was this trip to South Florida. I mean, this blew up her world.
And how do you know she was in a bad place?
Just because when we talked, she was just...
So she did call you like...
Yeah, 14 days I got 3 phone calls.
When did you contact Jane?
Contacted Jane on Saturday when I was emailed that Danny had been shot. I called Jane and I said, hey, I don't know if I should contact Wendy or not. This seems like this is way more important than a stupid no contact email. And she said, yeah, just email, just text her. And I sent her just a nice text saying, you know, I care a lot about you and the kids. If you need anything, I know we're in a strange place, but if you need anything, please let me know. I'm always here, you know. She didn't even text back.
When was that?
That was Saturday. Saturday at 2 p.m.
Well, I mean, she's got a lot on her mind right now.
She does, but the thing was, she's texting with Jane. She's calling other people, mutual friends. She's in touch with lots of other people.
Oh, okay.
So,
Well,
and this may be too messy for her.
yeah.
But I'm not trying to.
I wouldn't take that personal.
No, I'm not.
At this point.
No, I'm not. I know she's in a mess. I sent her a book for her little kids about bereavement from Amazon, and that'd be the last contact I have. So.
Right, you sent a text on Saturday
2 p.m.
to her.
So just a little bit of context for anyone that's not up on all the details here. You can clearly hear that he was mad about Wendy, right? Mad about her, and was obviously around constantly, a big part of the kids' lives. And as you're going to discover from listening to all this and from his testimony, he feels in retrospect that he was used by Wendy. Wendy obviously knew how he felt about her, and she used that fact, it seems, to try and crush him all of a sudden a few days before the actual murder. So on the Monday before the murder was on the Friday. On the Monday, the things were great between them, according to Jeff. They hung out up until about 3 p.m. Then there was an evening yoga session about 7 p.m. where she just suddenly completely ignored him, was kind of ghosting him in her presence, physical presence. And then he was realizing that, okay, she's obviously wanting to break up here. And then as they were both leaving, there was just through the conversations, there was an obvious insinuation that this was a breakup. But then just as he was leaving, as he was walking away in the parking lot, she called after him and said, hey, are you going to be here Friday? And she was asking about his scheduling details. He was due to leave for Tennessee, I think. Yeah, Tennessee on the actual Friday that the murder took place. And as he relates in testimony, she had already, this just wasn't out of the blue, she'd already been asking him a lot about his scheduling on the Friday. He also happened to have a vehicle that was almost identical to the vehicle that the hitmen used during the murder. And luckily for Jeff, he actually left Tennessee a day earlier than planned that Wendy wasn't aware of. So he had an alibi. There was footage of him making a purchase and a receipt from where he was, but he became a suspect through Wendy's interview. So people think that Wendy was trying to set him up as being the suspect, obviously. The enraged boyfriend that tried to resolve her issues by taking care of business, because as Jeffrey testifies, Wendy would be continually telling Jeff how much of a problem Dan was for her, and how miserable she was in Tallahassee, and how all her problems would just go away if Dan wasn't around. She also told Jeff that Charlie had arranged, or at least come up with a plan to get a hitman to kill Dan prior to this. So there's some basic context.
That went unanswered.
Yep. And then I'm on the phone with Jane 5 minutes later, and Jane's like, oh, I'm getting text from Wendy, so I know she was around, you know.
And her phone was working?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the story.
Tracy, I think it took a bit of time for Jeff to put the puzzle pieces together. And from what I recall, I think what became a part of that was when he seen Wendy's interview, where he was able to observe that he was obviously being set up by Wendy all along.
You know if she's dating anyone else?
I'm going to have to speculate a little bit.
Okay, that's fine. Like I said, we're investigating any and all leads.
So if you're looking for a potential love triangle, if that's the issue, like, you know, someone that would...
We're still, we're still trying to figure all this out.
Yeah, it's weird because I don't want to sound like just like the jealous boyfriend, you know what I mean?
We're taking all that into consideration too, and I mean...
Okay, there's going to be a lot of men that are enamored of Wendy, that are really into Wendy and feel protective over Wendy, and there's a few of them. Now, I don't know which of these guys she's going to say, oh, that's just a friend, and that's true. I don't know. But I'm, you know, skeptical.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
You say she can kind of put men under her spell.
Absolutely.
For lack of a better term.
No, it's true. It's true. I was caught, yeah.
Who's the guy that is, like, totally that guy, just out of sorts, not himself, would do anything for her?
See, I don't think it's like...
Do you think there's anybody like that out there?
Well, I wonder. You guys would have access to find out that. I've always suspected there's a guy in South Florida because not getting my phone calls returned, all this kind of stuff. And she goes to South Florida a lot.
Okay.
And there's a weird pattern of behavior. And so my suspicion has always been that there was a guy in South Florida. I wouldn't know who that was.
All right. Can you tell me where you were, like, up to and immediately after Friday?
Yeah, absolutely. Thursday night, I was very upset about all this, and I was going to Tennessee on Friday or Saturday. I had vague plans. I called my friend and said, I'm really upset. He said, get in your car and drive. So Thursday at 7-ish, I just started driving north on 319 to get to 75. I drove probably halfway to Tennessee, stayed in a suburb of Atlanta Thursday night. Friday I drove to Tennessee, Harrogate, Tennessee. And I just got back.
So when you drove, what'd you drive? Your vehicle?
My car, my 2004 Nissan Sentra.
And you said you stopped in a suburb of Atlanta? Mm-hmm. Where was that?
I can't remember. I stayed at a really crappy Days Inn, maybe 20 miles south of Atlanta.
Miles south of Atlanta.
Yeah, roughly. I could pull up a credit card receipt if you really need to know.
Pay with a credit card?
Yeah. Use my credit card on the whole trip. And I stayed with a very close friend up there and his wife. So I stayed at their house.
Okay. Okay, so if you just let me get a timeline here.
Yeah.
So Thursday you started driving. You drove up to roughly Atlanta.
Yeah, about 11:30 I pulled over. Yeah, I was getting tired.
All right, what time did you get up and leave?
I left at 9 a.m. I couldn't sleep that night. I was upset about Wendy. So I probably was out watching TV till 2:30 and I got up at 8:15 and I took a shower, got out of there at 9.
What time did you check out? 9?
I didn't check out. It was just one of those crappy fleabag hotels. I just got out of my car. And I'm in Tennessee by 2:30.
And then when did you start coming back?
I left Sunday at about 10:30. Stopped in Kennesaw, Georgia to stay the night with a friend and just got back.
I talked to my boss as far as whatever you wanted to talk about off the record.
Yeah.
And she gave me the answer that I kind of expected she would. And ultimately it depends on what it is you're going to say. Because if it's something that's instrumental to the investigation, it can't really be off the record because, I mean, we're trying to solve a guy's homicide here.
I know. It's hearsay. It's tertiary hearsay. I don't know if that's useful to you. I tell you something? Somebody told me, somebody else told me.
Yeah, I mean, and you'd have to tell me what it was, and I would have to say, okay, is this something that can be excluded from the report, or is it something that's inculpatory? Is it something that...
Maybe I can just make it simpler than that. Maybe I could just say, I would be investigating Charlie Adelson.
Okay.
Maybe it's that simple.
What makes you say that? And here's another thing. We're talking to a lot of people here.
Sure you are.
And, you know, you're just telling us what you think.
Sure.
And everybody else is doing.
And he has very good reasons to point the finger at Charlie, obviously, as I've mentioned. And Charlie's now convicted and is serving life for murder. I just want to quickly show you Jeff in Tennessee on the day of the murder. He was very lucky that he left a day early, that's for sure, or he would have been way more embroiled in this, because he was an official suspect by law enforcement. Sorry. We're used to seeing people being implicated through footage like this, aren't we? So it's good to see someone being absolved through it. And you've seen the receipt there as well. That's the receipt from his purchase. Lucky guy. Right, Sarah? Tracy, yeah, he was clearly mad about Wendy. And as he said during testimony and trial, he was without a doubt under her spell. He now thinks that she's a sociopath. And my previous live was all part of it, I guess, was making the argument that Wendy is a true sociopath. Something is very, very wrong with that woman. As I said, she has ice running through those veins.
Doing the same thing, and that's okay. Yeah, that's okay. What we're trying to do is just get all the puzzle pieces before we start trying to put the puzzle together.
Yeah.
We're still in the stages of getting all the pieces.
I got you.
So why do you think it would be pertinent for us to investigate Charlie?
He's very angry about Danny. And if you met, I know he's down there, you can't get him in front of you, but you're, experienced investigator. If you got in front of this guy, he'd set off your radar, set off mine. I used to do juvenile justice, I used to do forensic psychiatry. He set off my radar a little bit. He's a weird guy, strange guy. He's a conduct disorder kid, and he hates Danny. And see if I can put it a little vaguely, or not, but just enough to be useful here.
Let's not put it vague. Let's go with what you know specifically.
Wendy had reported to me that Charlie had considered all the options possible to take care of this problem. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
And when she said it...
When did she disclose this to you?
I don't remember when. But she said it was chilling.
Still here, Cheryl.
Because she said, can I tell you something confidentially? And I said, sure. She said, I think Charlie kind of looked into some options, like literally saw how
there's the panel link, Cheryl, if you're free to come up. For anyone else that would like to, feel free. Charlie was a dentist. Yes, indeed. He was a periodontist. He ran his own business.
How and why and how you would do this if you did it. I think this was last summer when she had her petition to relocate denied. That family wants her back there so bad. few
And
minutes.
this is when she disclosed this to you, was last summer?
No. This is when.
This is when
Charlie had been examining all the options.
Okay.
He's a very successful dentist, but he reeks of antisocial behavior.
You know, I completely forgot about the poll that I ran. So, 36 votes. Well, there's a little improvement for me, right? I've gone from 5% to 16%. But of course, the majority of you think Sarah Boone is guilty of murder, so there's still work to be done.
I could be 100% wrong, but I wouldn't want to miss that if I was investigating it. He's got a close friend who's a ex-Special Forces guy, like a Navy SEAL or something he hangs out with all the time.
What did she say to you specifically? I mean, when you say all options.
She said...
Sarah, that is the million-dollar question, right? Why would Sarah be disclosing that kind of information continually to Jeff, and not just to Jeff, but to the TV repairman, that Charlie had made a joke that he purchased the TV because it was cheaper than buying a hitman. And then she told Detective Isom that you can hear here on the day of the murder about this same joke. And that Charlie had made jokes about hiring a hitman. The only rational reasons are that she was covering her own ass in case things went really bad. Look over there, not at me. And a desire to paint herself as the victim of Dan to everyone else. That Dan must have been so bad that her own brother was making jokes about hiring a hitman. It's crazy. And bear in mind, she's saying all this in the week of the murder. And then within 4 hours of the murder, to the detective, when Dan has just been killed by a hitman.
I can't remember exactly.
K. Bond says, because the human psyche hates lying and we tell on ourselves. That's very true, right? We leak out information all the time. Question is, how conscious was this? I think this was more conscious here for a particular manipulative reason. Because everything about Wendy is premeditated. Every word that comes out of her mouth, I think, is carefully sculpted before anyone hears it. But even with that being said, there's sure a lot of leakage on top of everything, especially just through her body language itself and her intonation. She's good, but she's not that good.
But it had something to do with the amount of money it would cost to have someone killed.
And what did she say?
Something like Charlie looked into how much it would cost to have someone killed. Something.
As Jeffrey testified himself, she lies all the time, but she's not good at it.
Like that, some statement like that. I can't remember.
Did she give you a dollar amount? Did she?
But that's the other thing. He's a dentist, but really he's an independent businessman. He has a bunch of practices, and he's a Ferrari. I think he's a millionaire, all this kind of stuff. So he has a lot of resources. And wow, this might screw them. I got from me talking to him myself in the hot tub one time, and from a few things Wendy said.
When was this?
March 15th-ish. I was there for the one day with him. I stayed at his house.
Of this year?
Yes. Wendy and him were talking. I'm just listening. I just met him an hour earlier. We're sitting in the hot tub having a beer. It's a really nice house. And
right, Sarah, yeah.
I guess this is what occurred.
Was anybody else in the hot tub with you?
Crazy.
Not during this part of the conversation.
Hey, Miley.
His roommate came in eventually, and then just started to talk about girls and stuff like that. But
oh God!
I'm not trying to play cop here, but I do know one thing you'd be looking for is a lump sum of money moving around, and some kind of crazy stuff happened. And I think there's a lot of financial irregularities. I think there's a lot of tax fraud kind of stuff, and putting stuff in different people's names and moving money around, and there might be cash. I don't know exactly what, but he's not doing anything on the up and up in his finances. It was pretty clear. He was pretty open about that. So I thought about it. If you guys do look into it, I don't know that.
How did the exact conversation in the hot tub go?
He was just talking about, I put that in Dad's name, I put that in Mom's name, and it was just clear that...
Hiding resources.
Yeah.
Monetary resources.
Yeah. So if you have to do an investigation, that's something you guys should know, because I think there's a lot of... I don't know if it's illegal, but I know there's a lot of... he plays the system, This guy's so inappropriate. We're sitting... Please don't write this down, but... He's so inappropriate. We're sitting in the hot tub, and he starts talking about sex acts with his girlfriend that he did to punish her for bad behavior in front of his sister. I'm like, this is the... And I didn't know what to do. I just met him, protected with my girlfriend. This is just so weird, It's like this guy's... His social radar is way off. His sense of right and wrong, just norms is just off. He set off my radar. Now, I don't know if he did this. But if you're looking at somebody, don't miss him. And I can also see him doing this without ever telling Wendy he did do it. I can see Wendy being innocent.
This is actually the first time I've listened to this particular very first interview in full like this. And this is so interesting because even despite the fact that he's clearly still mad about Wendy here, he is laser focused on Charlie from the get-go 3 days after the murder. This guy was on the ball. Thank God.
And Charlie did. I can totally see that scenario. He's very protective of her. I think that's more likely than a romantic. All the romantic couplings are with highly educated, high elite status men.
You don't want to throw that away.
Who've got a lot to lose. I mean, she doesn't slum that I know of at all. She doesn't.
Well, I mean, this Charlie guy's a millionaire by your own admission, so...
Yes. Well, he is. He's got this buddy.
He's got a lot to lose.
He does. He's also really cocky and arrogant.
And they lost it all.
So, I wish you had him in front of you, because I think he'd set off your alarm bells.
That is the most satisfying thing about all this, is that the family have lost it all. We just cannot have Wendy getting away with this.
That doesn't mean he did it, but he's aggressive, he's argumentative, self-focused on himself completely. He's got 3 girlfriends at a time, which some people do that, I know, but no qualms about it,
So you think he may be good for it?
Assuming this isn't a botched burglary or something like that, he's the first... Charlie popped into my head within 20 seconds of hearing this. I mean, there's all kinds of, just to give you some context that may be helpful, last summer when they were trying to figure out how to manipulate this divorce, or work the divorce, I guess, so they could get, it's a bad fight, all this kind of stuff. They were talking about Wendy converting the kids to Christianity just to annoy Daddy. I mean, this has been a pitched battle, I mean, we fed the kids bacon regularly. He tries to keep them kosher. There's all kinds of passive aggressive shit going on here, So the family is important that you know this, actually, man. The family is so unhealthily enmeshed, so completely enmeshed, that Wendy is not really an adult. When she drives to South Florida, every single time those 2 parents drive up here and drive with her down. They don't trust her to drive from Tallahassee to Miami. it's not a normal family. It's not like she's a 35-year-old woman that has 2 kids and come down to see us. It's complete enmeshment. It's a matter of they've infantilized her. She's considered the baby still. She's 35 years old. Charlie protects her. So I don't know if this could be a bizarre fantasy. I know you guys are hearing all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
I hope to God it wasn't Charlie, honestly, but that's what popped into my head. So.
Right. Okay.
I'm so sorry.
You're okay.
I got stuff happening.
I just spit it all out. So
Did you really? Okay. All right. Thank you. Who did it?
He's thinking, her brother Charlie could be a viable suspect.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if we've ruled him out or not.
Nobody's ruled out.
I don't think Charlie would have done it, by the way. But he's a real rich guy. But he's got friends on both sides of the tracks, and he's real street smart. He's always trading and stuff like that. And got this buddy that's in the special forces, and so he's like a dentist, but he's hanging out with guys that different social class actually, and kind of antisocial, impulsive, angry, fiercely protective of Wendy. And I've heard him say, I'd like to kill that motherfucker. I mean, I've heard him say that so many times. Now, I've said that out loud, too, and I didn't do it, but there's something different about Charlie. He reminds me of, like, an antisocial.
Charlie's an older brother?
Yeah.
She's the baby girl?
She's the baby girl.
Is Charlie older or younger than this one up in Albany?
He's the middle kid, I think.
Charlie is?
Yeah. If you had him in front of you, he'd set off your alarm bells. Doesn't mean he did it, but...
No, I know that, but why? Okay, all right. So you're basically saying out of, what's his name up in Albany?
Yeah, Rob, no way.
He's the oldest?
Yeah, he's the oldest, yeah.
Out of Charlie, Mom, Dad, who else is there?
It's just Charlie, Mom, Dad. Down there, that's
okay.
it. That's it.
All right, out of those 3, you're saying Charlie would be the most volatile to do something? What would he do?
He'd get his buddy in the special forces to do this, or he'd get some seedy guys down in the Cuban neighborhood or something like that. That's what he would do. Something like that. I mean, the main thing I told him was that Wendy had told me that he had looked into how much it would cost last summer.
Wendy told you that?
She did.
That Charlie had looked into how much it would cost?
Yeah.
So...
And she said it in a dead serious, chilling, uncomfortable kind of way. Not like I joke around, I like to kill Dan Markel, I'm sick of his shit. That's different. This was like, she said confidentially.
Okay, she just, you and her one-on-one?
One-on-one, late at night, and...
What you supposed to have last
night? It was late at night, and she told me that, so... it was last summer when her petition to relocate was about to be denied.
Oh, because she wanted to take the kids out?
Well, they want her down there so bad. The family's so enmeshed, so tight, so unhealthy. She's like the baby. So, if you met Charlie, he's
right, sir.
An unusual guy.
Okay,
no.
so.
Yeah, K. Buns says, it will never cease to amaze me that people believe that they can get away with stuff like this, especially now with technology and cameras. Yeah, it's becoming ever more difficult to get away with this kind of crime, with technology being what it is. Potentially at some point it's going to become completely impossible unless you happen to be a homicidal maniac that's completely off the grid. Seedy Guys in the Hood was spot on, right? If it wasn't Charlie's army buddy, then it would be some seedy guys in the hood from the Cuban element. And he was precisely correct. The Latin Kings, the so-called Latin King gang leader, Luis Rivera, was the driver of his buddy, Sigfrido Garcia, who was Katie's on and off boyfriend.
If you just so I understand, and I don't misinterpret, how did she say it, and what did she exactly say?
Yeah, and I want to from memory, but something like I said. We're also talking about us, because I was like, would you ever leave under any circumstances? Yeah, I know you don't love it here. Am I going to be dating you for 2 years and you just move? She's like, I can't because of Danny. And she said, yeah, as a matter of fact, something about it would be convenient if Danny wasn't around anymore, but, once he doesn't want anything to happen to him or something like that. She said, but Charlie actually looked into like how that would be done and how much it would cost. She might have said, I think, Charlie. I don't remember. But it was chilling. In the moment, I was like, my stomach flipped. I was like, whoa.
The crux of the statement is my brother Charlie has looked into how much it would cost to
take care of somebody.
Take care. Okay.
This guy has very little empathy. He's just a weird guy.
Okay.
I'm not saying he did. I'm just saying if you're looking at somebody, you can't miss Charlie. I mean,
okay.
I think that's more likely than a romantic thing.
Well, that's you.
Yeah, it's not me.
The other guy's gone. Sack, wherever
Yeah,
he's gone to.
And by the way, make sure that she saw Sack once a week for 20 minutes of sex. I don't know the relationship, you know. I don't think he gives a shit about Wendy, so I don't know.
Yeah. Sorry. Size. Yeah. Wait. I don't have time for her. I said great.
There's Charlie.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, buddy. Thanks. Bye.
Before I forget, the other thing is that I didn't know about Sack for 9 months and I was with boyfriend for 6. So I was telling him, I've always suspected there's a guy in South Florida I would know about. I mean, that's just a paranoid boyfriend. I wouldn't believe Wendy when she says, I'm with Jeff. Yeah, you got to start from ground zero. She lies. I mean, there's been a lot of men since it were me. So yeah, I just wonder if there's a guy in South Florida. She always drops out of sight when she's down there. Phone calls not returned. Voicemail.
Did you go down there?
No, she doesn't let me go. That's why I think there's a guy down there.
Okay. Did Charlie come up here?
Charlie never comes up here.
Okay, how did you meet Charlie then?
Oh, I went to Charlie. Sorry, I met Charlie one time. I went down there one time for one day.
Okay.
We were in Immokalee and we just drove over and spent an evening with him. So I spent 4 hours with Charlie.
What are you doing in Immokalee? I know where that is.
Yeah, alternative spring break for FSU kids.
Okay.
So we're helping out the farm workers and stuff.
Okay.
So we spent a night in the hot tub with Charlie, and that was it. But I've always told him, I always suspected that, and I'm the paranoid ex-boyfriend, so right, but she goes to South Florida an awful lot.
Okay.
She's always a little weird when she comes back, romantically and stuff like that. So I just always kind of suspected. So I wouldn't, obviously the connection is now she can go to South Florida.
Right.
I mean.
No, we see that part.
Yeah.
Who's this Green Beret, did you say?
And that, I don't know anything about this guy. I just know that on Facebook there's a lot of pictures of him, and Wendy's told me stories about him. He's,
hey, Holly.
I guess the point is that Charlie doesn't just hang out with other dentists. He hangs out with all kinds of people, so it's not like he's some snobby dentist that's not going to hang out with this guy did 5 years in Afghanistan, so it just popped into my head. Like,
Charlie did?
No, Charlie's friend did.
Was Charlie in the military?
Nah, he's a dentist. He's a dentist. So,
okay.
But when Charlie talks, he talks about a cross-section of people. I mean, he has friends all across the spectrum, including, you know, some unsavory characters.
Let's go back to the statement that she made. I just want to clarify the stuff. She tells you, she goes, yeah, my brother, and I think the phone was going off there. My brother has checked, or my brother has something along those lines, has inquired as to how much it would cost.
Something like that. I can't give you an exact quote.
So it's so fascinating watching interrogations, isn't it? I mean, obviously the detectives here will be having an eye on the fact that, you know, we could just be getting fed a lot of bullshit here, right? Because this is the actual conspirator or the murderer right in front of us here, and he's trying to distract us with all this other stuff about the family.
But it might have been bad. I think Charlie, here's an example. She might have said, I think Charlie might have looked into how much it costs to actually have that done. You know, he's down there in Miami, where there's, you know, it's not unheard of. Something like that.
All right.
It just had crossed Charlie's mind. Bottom line, it occurred to Charlie that was one way to take care of the problem.
And he wants to help Sis?
He is fiercely protective of her. He wants her back in South Florida so bad. The whole family does.
And just to overstate the obvious, for Wendy to be innocent and not culpable of first-degree murder here, you have to believe that this family, Donna and Charlie, did this on her behalf without okaying it with Wendy.
She never, you guys know the background, she never wanted to be here, ever. I mean, she came here with Markel. They're supposed to be here a year, then move on. He had a job at Miami. He was an asshole, so he lost it. He said, no, go back to FSU and stay there. They're stuck here. So he's doing great. He's the Sandy Doenberg professor of law and all that stuff. Wendy gets a shitty job that she doesn't really like, doesn't like the area. She's doing her best to make it work. She hates it. Never wanted to live here. Never thought she'd live here.
This is all from her, right?
Yeah, this is all straight from her. Are you kidding me? I'm her boyfriend trying to convince her this is a great place to stay. Get a new attitude. This is a daily conversation, you know? I'm like, I love Tallahassee. Moved here on purpose, you know? So it's a daily conversation. Like, look, Waco looks pretty, you know? That kind of stuff, you know?
And her whole thing is, no, I still don't like it.
Because I'm trying, but it's, you know, I didn't choose it.
Okay.
I didn't choose it, and that makes it hard. I heard that daily.
I didn't choose it, and that makes it hard. Okay.
And she loves Miami. She just loves it. When we're down there, she just lights up. It's a whole different thing.
Is it Miami or Fort Lauderdale?
It's Coral Springs, but it's Miami. It's
okay.
Miami. It's Miami, yeah.
So a daily thing is you're trying to tell her how great this area is and so forth, and she's basically put.
Do you know what, guys? None of you said anything, but I completely botched up referring to the poll earlier. It wasn't about Sarah Boone, was it? It was in regards to whether you believed Wendy is, if there's a realistic chance that Wendy is innocent. That was the poll. So it was 83% of you thought that there is no realistic chance that Wendy is innocent, and 16% thought yes. So, pausing to correct myself. I have Sarah Boone on the brain. Sorry, guys. You were all being kind. Thanks, Welsh. We knew what you meant. Well, ironically, the results would have been roughly about the same, I would say. So, there you go.
Put it down, and then, you know, I'm stuck here. My husband didn't want to or couldn't keep the job at UM. Was it UM or Nova?
It was UM. Yeah.
And he screwed that up.
Yeah. He was so abrasive. I'm sure you heard a lot about that. He was so abrasive that they're like, "You're a great scholar. We don't want to put up with your butt every day. So get out of here." You know?
Okay.
I mean, he had to work pretty hard to lose that job. Actually.
Okay. What was the reason? I mean, I know that there was some type of contention, and I don't know if it was the child rearing, or do you know that?
I can tell you anything you want to know about that. I've read every legal document that.
No. What did she personally tell you?
Tell me about child rearing?
Well, the reason for their divorce. How did she get to this point?
Oh, Danny was. Give you a couple examples of Markel. They would drive from here to Miami as a family. Oh, this is before they had kids, but even as a family, both. And Danny would work on his computer. He had one of those converters, so he could plug your laptop in. Wendy was required to drive, and Wendy was required not. That's okay.
Sorry. Yes, sir. Say again. Okay. Do you have Couch's number? Yeah, I'm going to have him. I'm busy right now. I'm going to have him meet, and then I'm going to talk to him when they're done downstairs or wherever they do.
There is no interview with Charles Welsh. We do have his testimony and cross-examination, though, that I'll be going over at some point. There's no footage out there, let's just say that, of Charles getting interviewed by law enforcement. We do have a lot of recorded conversations of Charlie after the time of the bump, which are intriguing. There is so much in this case, it really is, it can only be done on multiple deep dives.
The buckle. Are you already on the second floor? Okay, just get Couch, he's waiting for you. Thanks.
Anyway, Markel's rule was, you may not speak from Tallahassee to Miami.
From Tallahassee to Miami.
And she said she would be like, Dick, I'm working. Just a total control freak, emotionally abusive, controlled the finances, just ran her shit. And I don't know if he hit her or not, but I can tell you, if you just raise your voice to her like that, she flinches like she's got her ass kicked yesterday. So I've wondered about violence. I don't know. She says no, but people lie. Wendy lies a lot. So he was pretty mean to her. And as she went to get married, every friend she had was begging her, don't marry this guy, he's the biggest asshole we've ever met. And she got caught up in the Harvard law and elitism and all this kind of stuff. And she was in a bad place. Made a bad decision, got married to a guy. I just got divorced last year, so I understand this.
Oh, you did?
I got married to the wrong woman, too, so I get it. That's how we bonded, actually. We picked the wrong people before.
Yeah,
so
T-Bonds,
it
you
was a bad marriage from...
would have lawyered up straight away.
I mean, pretty much. According to her, at least. By the second year, it was awful. And then having kids will fix it. You know, people try that. So he was also an absent father. I mean, he came home 9 o'clock every night, she claims, and that would play with the kids for 10 minutes. That was it. She did everything. Kind of like a house slave. And then when he went to go get divorced, he tried to get 100% custody of the kids. So if you read these legal documents that he's filed, they'll give, I don't know if you're read them, but they give you insight into, like, it's pretty crazy.
I haven't had the time, but I will.
Yeah, it's a lot of lunacy shines through.
But I'm sure he had his side of it, too.
I'm sure he did, and well, that's what I wonder about is with all the stuff I talked about with Wendy with me, I mean, he was controlling. Well, maybe he's trying to keep his wife in control. I don't know, you know.
Right.
But you must have heard, he's not, don't want to speak ill of the dead. He wasn't well liked. It's bizarre to open up the paper and see all these comments about how a great guy he was. No, they're just friends of Jewish. It's all Jewish.
Oh,
it's all the Jewish
okay.
stuff. Yeah,
You're hovering around.
I'm an honorary Jew, I guess.
Okay.
I don't know what they call me.
Okay.
But I mean, I don't know the truth about their marriage, but I do know that it was really, really hard on Wendy. And when it got to the legal stuff, he was vicious. He was really vicious. So.
Anything? Did she ever tell you anything concerning any incidents when Danny and Charlie were together, or Danny and any other family? I mean, was it kind of like, hey, you know, Danny, you sleep over here in the doghouse or something? You know?
No. It was more like the family hate. This is why she didn't introduce me to her parents. She said last time it was so awkward because it went so badly because they all hated Danny. Charlie hated Danny. Her parents hated Danny.
Do you know why?
He is in person. He is so arrogant. He is so unlikable. He would just talk down to people. He was one of these Harvard guys.
Okay.
And it was just like, when I met him in an awkward meeting, I was early, I was late, he was early, and we met for the first time. He insulted me 3-4 times in 10 sentences, just in subtle, like, haughty, snobby kind of ways, like, oh, are you a lawyer? You know, and just little comments here and there, you know. So he was passive-aggressive about it. He wasn't in your face, he wasn't yelling, but he insulted. He would just tell you, he'd say, you're stupid.
Okay.
I mean, that's just how he talked. He thought he should do it.
He's basically subtly insulting you the entire conversation.
Yeah, he did. I mean, as far as Wendy and him, he did all kinds of little things to intimidate her. I don't know if he knew he was doing it, but she was scared of him. I would go with her I would go with her to functions that he was at to kind of reassure her and run interference, because she would get heart palpitations and stuff around him, and it seemed completely out of the scope of normal. I got an ex-wife. I can get in front of her. Not a big deal.
Right.
For her, it was like, will you please come with me to soccer practice or whatever it was. Oh, swim lessons 3 weeks ago. Will you come with me to swim lessons because Danny's going to be there? And she would just freak out.
Did you go?
I did go.
Was he there?
Yeah, he was there.
Was everything okay between you and him?
Well, yeah, everything was fine. We kind of moved through a phase where at first we were real friendly, shaking hands, and then we got like, hey, how you doing? I'm not going to shake your hand. We're on different sides of this thing, you know, that kind of thing. But it was always reasonably friendly.
Did she introduce you to him
as
your boyfriend, your current boyfriend?
No.
Friend?
I don't remember what she said. This is Jeff, I think.
Okay.
That was a point of contention between.
Hey, Hawker, good to see you again.
She didn't call me her boyfriend until very recently. So
okay.
I think she might have had other ones. I think that might have been the issue.
Okay.
Maybe Dan Sack was also her boyfriend. I don't know.
Okay. We already got his phone number.
Yes.
Yeah.
He did say he was willing to give buckle if you need it or want it. Is that something you want to do?
I can call him back if we have his phone number.
Yeah.
It's taking a second.
And the guy drives in from Georgia, Tennessee, whatever, and comes straight here from what I understand, what you told me.
Yeah, I didn't do it.
Okay.
It's frozen. Give it a second here. I guess the thing that keeps popping up in my head is how. Don't write this down, but just so you know, if you're investigating, I've been shocked how easily Wendy lies to my face. I've been dating 25 years. I'm not an experienced man out there, but her and Charlie both have this sociopathic kind of thing where it doesn't seem to bug them at all. So if you had her in front of you for 9 hours.
Are her parents from the United States?
They are. They're first generation. I think their parents were Holocaust kind of thing. So that, yeah. And they're weird, but I don't have a hard time imagining being involved. But they are.
Oh, they're certainly weird.
Right.
I mean, in 9 months of dating her, they probably said 20 words to me.
Okay.
This is not coming up.
Okay, I tell you what, let's just do this.
Okay.
When you get your paper copies,
Okay.
send them to Corey for me.
I will.
And then.
Or if you can give me an email address, I can send them to you tonight.
Either way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then that way.
My name and contact number, my email's on there as well.
And all we basically are doing is we're substantiating. We do this with everybody. You're not the first in this
Of
case.
course, of course.
We're just substantiating. This was his whereabouts according to his financial records. He was traveling. He was not in town.
Yeah.
Yes, he's her former boyfriend, but this is where he was at according to his financial records.
Of course.
So that's all we basically want to do, and it's basically we eliminate, and then we get down to who we're really looking at.
Yeah, I got you.
You understand? It's not brain surgery or anything, but I'm trying to think of anything else I could ask you at this time, and
If you want to come back, I just don't want to spend more time with Wendy if there's anything.
Here's another thing that I typically ask people. Is there anything that you didn't disclose that maybe we didn't ask that you think is of note or is important? Because a lot of times you've thought about this just as much as we have. I mean, you got a whole trip to think about and analyze all this stuff.
It's a pretty screwed up family.
but I'm trying to, everybody's probably in the same brainwave. For murder?
Doesn't seem likely to me.
No, but I'm asking your opinion, not.
I can't see the parents being involved. I got the email and I thought of Charlie within a couple moments.
Okay.
That's what I thought.
Charlie personally or Charlie hiring somebody?
Hiring somebody. No way, Charlie. No way.
You can't?
Wow. He was laser focused on Charlie immediately. That's so interesting. Didn't see it being the parents, but definitely Charlie.
Wouldn't do it.
Couldn't pull the trigger?
I don't know about that. I don't know him that well. I was telling him I used to work juvenile justice a little bit in forensic psychiatry. He gave me the creeps. But I could see him hiring. I could see him. You don't follow the rules, man. I mean, that's how he lives his life. He goes to South America, sees prostitutes. I mean, he does his own thing.
Is he married?
No, he's got 3 girlfriends at all times.
Okay.
Rotates them, and they don't know each other exists, and that's not a crime.
Right.
But the ease with which he did it was no empathy for other people. That's
kind of a deceitful person to start with?
Sure. The whole family, really.
Okay.
And I just have this, I guess, everything that you didn't ask, and I said it before, I'll just say it one more time. When I looked at that agenda, when I started poking around, when I started looking at my calendar and examining Wendy's behavior and all this kind of stuff, I don't think Wendy would do this. I don't think she's capable. No way. I mean, but there could be people you don't even know about unless you investigate very closely, would be my guess.
Guys, go and check out Calm the Chaos's recent live on Jennifer Crumbly. She covered one of the latest days during the trial. It was really interesting. Tracy, who's in chat now, has followed that case pretty closely, so worth checking out. It was good stuff.
There's some weird patterns of behavior when she's in South Florida. I don't
That's
know if you
the
know how
link
often
in
she's gone
chat.
there, but I have it on my calendar. And it is like 30-40% of the time she's not at work, she's in South Florida.
Where's the kids? Down there with her? Or?
Well, like when Daddy has them for a week, she'll take them with them, she'll drive. But it's like, it was a big problem in our relationship. Like when she's got time off, I want to spend it with her, she's in South Florida. So, I don't know.
All right.
When you think of anything else, just give me one sec, I don't know. And I even wonder about another.
For anyone that doesn't know, Jennifer Crumbly is one of the parents of Ethan Crumbly, who was a recent school shooter. And I think this is quite a landmark case and trial because it's one of the, I think, the first time that parents have been indicted for a crime in relation to a school shooter. So it has potential to be precedent setting. And it's, on top of that, it's an interesting trial, especially in regards to the defense attorney, who's quite a fiery character, let's say. Def worth checking out.
Guy in town. I mean, there's just been so much deceit that I wouldn't be shocked. I was telling him she has a lot of free time. Teaches 4 hours a week. Other than that, she's on her own schedule.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Well, that's enough for today.
Okay, great.
If there's something else comes up, you know, give Corey a call, or
I will.
And we might have to call you back.
Call me back if you need me.
Okay, buddy. Good to meet you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Right, I'll walk you down.
Okay, great.
Okay, Buns. Right, I didn't realise.
So they had a claim in here.
Okay.
So this is a couple of days later. He's back in. And now the footage here is not great, so you can barely see Jeff, but you can hopefully hear him pretty well.
Where do you want me to sit, man?
You could just sit right here, and I'll sit right here with you.
I made a couple of notes. I'm thinking.
Okay. Do you have a credit card?
I do.
The one that you sent me the email
Right here.
on? Can I just make a copy of that?
Sure,
I'm not going to charge anything to you.
That's fine. That's fine.
But I just got to show.
You can't trust the police to hold on to your credit card.
Well, here's the thing. Your account doesn't necessarily show that you are the account holder. There's nothing in that
Gotcha.
correspondence.
Gotcha.
So I'm just going to make a copy of this. And really what this is doing is just working to exclude you as a suspect.
Absolutely, yeah. I can also get
you've
you
pretty much done that.
Well, I thought so. I'm sure my cell phone records would show that too.
Well, I kind of showed this to my boss, and they're like, well, let's just go ahead and verify that he has this account number.
Sure, gotcha.
And you weren't locking on to somebody else.
Yeah.
Conspiracy theory stuff, I know.
Gotcha.
But,
well, no, you guys got to be careful.
Yeah, we got to check everything out. So I'll be right back. I'll make a copy of this, and then I'll come right back.
I just thought of a few things that might be useful to you.
Okay. Sorry, got a million things going on here.
Sure you do.
And now, is this just kind of like theory kind of stuff, or is it just kind of you had some time to think about what I talked to you about?
Actually, what it's been is I had a 14-day break while she was in South Florida.
Yeah, Tracy, Jeff is doing all this without a lawyer. I guess he would have the confidence in knowing that he had a foolproof physical alibi, and he's quite an impressive professional. You know, he's a social work psychologist, I believe, and he's clearly very smart. So I think he assumed he would be okay here.
7 days, I haven't heard from her yet, so we're at day 22, 23. no longer under the spell. I'm starting to see a few things a little more clearly.
Okay.
It's been a month since we were intimate, a month since she kind of controlled me that way. So it's I'm starting to clear up a little bit, man. I'm not under the spell. So there's just some things I think you should know. I'll try to go quick. I know you're busy. But
I appreciate you.
First, there was 2 quick things. You probably already have these, but there's a professor in the department that's totally obsessed.
Right, K-Buns.
I already got that.
Who was that?
He's got with really bad teeth. I don't know his name. He called her goddess, and he would send her inappropriate texts. I can't imagine that Wendy wouldn't have mentioned that, but just to make sure he had it. He's an older guy, probably in his 60s. I don't know his name, but he called her goddess. And he's no fan of Markel.
What I would say, K-Buns, is everyone loves MGF through having seen him through his testimony. He's a very charismatic guy. Next time I'll go into his actual testimony, so I'm sure he's not shy of suitors these days, shall we say.
I think I know who you're talking about. I haven't talked to him specifically, but
Seems unlikely, but I figured you want everything. And there was this was one I thought of. There was a student in the fall that was really inappropriate with her. She forwarded a couple emails to me, and he actually kissed her on the mouth during a teacher-student meeting in her office. That was kind of weird. So I don't know his name or anything else, but there was this student that, if you're looking for obsession, that was strange for a student to lean in and kiss a professor on the mouth,
Yeah.
So that's just, Wendy would know the name. She forwarded the email. She was disturbed, but I don't know.
Yeah, hopefully he's used up all his bad luck.
If you really needed it, I have that email somewhere. Might have been a cocky student trying to pick up his hot prof. I don't know, but...
If you can find it, you got my email address.
Yeah, would you like to see that one? Okay, I'll send you an email. I think his
Mm-hmm.
address is on it.
We haven't excluded anyone really at this point.
Gotcha.
Still.
Okay, a couple other things. I've been seeing a therapist since about, I don't have any major mental health problems, but just to try to deal with Wendy, I was seeing my therapist I used to see when I was going through my divorce. So, I was thinking about what we talked about in there. I mean, I've spent like $2,000 on therapy trying to figure out how to deal with Wendy. She's been really hard to handle. And I realized I never put it together, but he, for months, has been concerned that she's a sociopath. And I didn't tell you guys that before. I still love Wendy. I was under her spell. If she called me tomorrow, I'd probably go back to her. But there's a lot of stuff that, as I look back, is really strange. Just to give you a couple examples. Well, I guess one of the things I worry about is Wendy has this public persona. And she's a very good actress, and she's very charismatic and all this kind of stuff. And she knows a lot of people. Everybody in Tallahassee knows Wendy. You probably discovered that already. I mean, she's in every social circle. She's very social butterfly-esque and out there and stuff. But in terms of people that know her intimately, have spent like a lot of time with her and seen behind the curtain, I think it's Markel, me, and maybe that SAC guy in the last 12, 13 years. I mean, she doesn't, you know what I mean? So some of the stuff I had seen was pretty crazy stuff. I mean, no sense of guilt, no empathy, hypersensitivity to criticism. When I said, hey, you cheated, I mean, that's fucked up. She would not apologize. She would not say she felt bad. She would not say she made a mistake. She's a total pathological liar, and I feel bad saying all this because I still love her. She has these flaws, and I would have stayed with her. But if you look back at Markel's legal documents, he's constantly talking about her systematic pattern of deception, how she lies all the time. And she told me once, I have a really hard time telling the truth when it's inconvenient or unpleasant. I lie all the time. I mean, she said that to me. So I never would have thought that Wendy was, I know she didn't pull the trigger or anything like that.
Interesting, huh? Wendy herself told Jeff that she cannot help herself but lie all the time. Lie all the time.
But the more I thought about it, how much I was manipulated, how much of a spell I was under, and all that kind of stuff, I feel kind of creeped out right now that, I don't know if she's a suspect or not, the paper says she isn't. But as an accessory, it makes a lot of sense to me at a certain point. So, and I don't know that many people that didn't know her that well. When you see behind the curtain, she's a total train wreck. My psychologist was saying, man, she just meets the checklist of a narcissistic sociopath. Go down the list. So, obviously, she's already a person of interest and all that kind of stuff, but I thought you should know that I'm a mental health myself.
Right.
So, I never saw that when I was under the spell, but I've had people trying to convince me for 3 or 4 months you're dating someone who has real severe sociopathic tendencies.
Right.
So, high functioning and attractive, but still, that.
Yeah.
So that's something I just thought I should tell you. Sure. Well, I just noticed that Markel, everybody's told me what a nice guy Markel is, and I thought he was sadistic, because in our household, he's a psychopathic, stalking, emotionally abusive, controlling jerk. That's how Wendy thinks of him. Now I know.
And that's her assessment of him.
Yes.
Do you have the same assessment of him?
I did when I was with her, because I didn't know. I just believed her.
Right.
But no one else has. What I hear from everybody else is he's an arrogant dick. As far as academic, there's a lot of professors that are arrogant,
Sure.
But he's a good man. That's what I hear people saying. He was a good father. He was a good man, and he was really upset with Wendy. Starting to understand why, maybe.
And here's some quotations from Tamara Demko, who is another very interesting person to listen to. I'm going to be showing her interview at a later point as well. She was interviewed shortly after the murder, the day after the murder. But I'll put up some slides with her quotations here as I play this, just to give more context to people's perceptions, those who knew Wendy the closest leading up to all this.
There's some timing things here. I hope this is all wrong and you find some disgruntled student that shot him. I want Wendy and her kids to have a good life in South Florida. I still love them. I still care about them. I miss them. I'm pretty heartbroken over all this. But if you want information, I had some things to say. So we have this big fight in Gainesville. And I really confronted her. I'm really hard on her. I'm pissed because I feel like I've been conned because she's been calling me her boyfriend and all this kind of stuff. And I don't know exactly what the relationship was with Zach, but I found out enough that it was very clear that she was busted, that she was juggling 2 guys in some form or fashion. I don't know the details. I got the impression I was boyfriend number 2 is why I was pissed. There's no picture on the Facebook page. I noticed there wasn't even a picture of me in her house, and that's when I got really, really upset. I was like, come on, we've been dating 9 months. This is bizarre, So I had it out with her in Gainesville, and then she went to South Florida for 14 days.
Okay, so I said earlier they were dating round about 6 months. It was actually 9 months according to Jeff there. 9 months.
The whole time she's down there, she's miserable and not that available. But we're talking about future-oriented stuff. We're talking about trying to get back together and desperate to see each other. It sucks that we're separated in this bad situation. I can show you the text, like, can't imagine my life without you. God, I fucking miss you. These are like exact quotes, She gets back to town, we go on a date, and I said it was awkward, but we were holding each other, we're holding hands. There was a future orientation still. We're gonna spend a lot of time together and work this out. That's what we had decided to do. And that was last Monday. It gets really strange from there, and it makes me suspicious. And maybe I'm just paranoid, but then on Tuesday,
oh, hey Jimmy,
she called me at 2 or 3 in the afternoon. And she said, I walked out of my house, so we're gonna see each other that night. And I say, okay, I walked out of your house, what are you gonna do? I tried to get a key, but I probably need a locksmith. I said, oh, well, I'll come out and we'll just hang out on your front porch and have our date there. And she's like super sweet and friendly, and it was like everything was okay, actually. She was like, I would love it if you would come keep me company, see you in a little bit, calling each other baby, this kind of stuff. When I showed up to yoga, and it ended up that she got into her house, we went to yoga together instead, and we just met there. When I showed up to yoga at 7, something was completely different. She was gone. And that might have been just her talking to her friend and says dump him, and she decides it, and that's it. It had nothing to do with your case. But I would be really curious to know, if I was you, who she talked to between 3 and 7, because something happened where I seem to be irrelevant all of a sudden. And this is after 15, 16 days of her wanting us to, let's just work this out. It just turned in a second. And it gets a little stranger from there, actually.
And this was Tuesday preceding the 18th?
Exactly. So I'm never.
When did she send you the email?
That was that night. That was
memory.
that Tuesday night. That was Tuesday night, which I suspect was already in her head. Because
was that maybe when she immediately came to a finalization that she was going to do that?
She may have. She may have. I mean, I don't want to make this all about me. There's bigger things here. But I did notice some things. I mean, so she's done with me, right? Okay. I'm looking at her. It's not right. Something's wrong here. I walk out to the car, and it's really awkward. Small talk, you know. I can tell she thinks she's done. But she asked me if I was going to be here this weekend. Now, she's done. Why does she give a shit if I'm here Friday? She asked me directly, are you going to be here Friday? And I said, maybe it's up in the air. And it wasn't up in the air. I just didn't want to seem desperate, and I was just going to stay here and not take my trip if Wendy was willing to see me is what that was about. But she was really interested. Oh, why is it up in the air? Oh, because, you know, at his end there's a thing. Oh, okay, well, okay, talk to you.
And this was prior to her sending you the email?
Prior to sending me the email, and the last thing I ever heard from Wendy, last words I exchanged with Wendy were, are you going to be here Friday? I just thought you should know that. It may mean nothing, but it was kind of strange to me. Then the note.
Interesting, huh? So he's relating to what I was mentioning before, the way that he obviously believes that potentially Wendy was setting him up as a patsy, referring to the Monday before the murder. And not long after she ghosted him in his presence at the yoga, and then asked again whether he was going to be in town on Friday, she emailed him shortly afterwards when she was home, telling him not to contact her. Seems likely that there was an attempt to enrage Jeff. And that, along with the fact that she was hoping that he was going to be driving to the airport on the same day, on the Friday, in a car almost identical to the hitman's, that he was going to be the perfect suspect.
Contact order was also kind of strange to me. Usually you would just send someone an email and say, hey, I need some time to think. She was very strict about that no contact thing. It was almost like she didn't want to be in front of me. You know, I just busted her for
Well, she probably didn't want you to try and talk her out of it.
Maybe. I don't know.
No, that's my thinking.
Maybe. Or maybe she knew something was going to go down and didn't want me in front of her because I read her pretty well. And I just busted her on a whole host of lies, you know.
Okay.
This part sounds crazy speculative. I just wanted to give you the information. So that struck me as kind of strange. Oh, I don't know if you guys have seen this yet. This was just weird. This is just stuff. Have you seen this picture? Probably seen it in the media accounts.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you look at that picture, my friends that have, I don't have kids, my friends that have kids showed up and said, look how narcissistic that picture is. Who looks good in that picture? Not Wendy's kids. Wendy. And this comes out Thursday night. She changes this.
Mm-hmm. This is the one that you said she was taunting you with, or
well, maybe.
Or you thought she
my
was?
Other friend, what the other speculation in the community, which is not for me, is like, it's Wendy looks good, but this is a Photoshop picture. Her dad does photography stuff, you know. Mm-hmm. So she looks way better than normal in this picture. If you knew you were going to be all over the media, that's how Wendy would want to look. So that may sound crazy to you, but just something to think about. I mean, when you want to picture your kids look good. There's other pictures in this photo.
You can almost hear the fact that the pennies have been dropping for Jeff over the last few days since the murder. Looking back on things, the way that Wendy completely changed the type of Facebook profile picture that she had. One which gave the impression of a really attractive single mother, perhaps with the anticipation of the media scrutiny, how she wanted to be perceived by the media in the aftermath of this.
Notice that where the kid's looking at the camera and are smiling and look great.
Right.
So it's just weird. And I'm not trying to do your job for you to be like an FBI profiler, but it was a thing.
Right.
And And that one of the last things would be, it still is, I don't want to be the disgruntled ex-boyfriend, but it's really strange to me that she's never contacted me. It's very strange. We were co-parenting for 6 months. We've talked about Danny for hundreds of hours. No one knows that case better than, as far as her friends, than me. It's really, really odd. I mean, your ex-wife and you are estranged, you're fighting, you're separated, her dad gets hit by a car, you pick up the phone and call, usually, you know? So there's a rigidity to this no contact thing. It just strikes me as very, very odd. She is, I know you said, hey, I wouldn't take that personally. I'm not taking it personally. We're done. I would get it, you know. But what I am taking it as is, it almost looks guilty to me. It looks really strange. Why wouldn't you call for, put these kids to bed for the last 6 months? I've been riding around in a minivan with them. I care about these kids. She knows that. Even if we're over, not a text message, not a phone call. It looks strange to me. So.
Right. And even more so in lieu of recent events.
Well, that's what I mean, is that when that happened, I didn't expect to hear from her that day. You guys hit her on, you know, into the night. I know all that kind of stuff. But I still haven't heard a thing.
Mm-hmm.
That just is very, very strange. Maybe she's just a cold-blooded, damaged, needy woman that decided she was done with me, maybe. But if there's any interest in her at all, there's a lot of sociopathic stuff here, it seems like.
Mm-hmm.
The ease with which she lies is really disturbing.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all I had to say. I just thought you'd want to know that.
Okay. Yeah, well, I got you here. I did want to run down on some of your, I printed out your stuff that you sent me here. Let me just flip to it and try and find it. Okay, and this actually is a little bit better to kind of have something tangible to look at, to kind of see where you are and where you were going and stuff like that.
They're a little out of order because of when they cleared, but yeah.
Okay, so this day's in was actually, even though it says the 18th, I talked to the clerk and she said you were there on the 17th.
Yeah, Thursday night.
Thursday night, which is what you said.
Yeah.
You know, so this is mainly done for exclusionary
I
purposes.
got it. I'm not worried.
So I got you here. And then when did this transaction occur? Like, it doesn't have a time. Can you give me kind of more of a specific time?
Thomasville?
Yes.
That would have been on the way there, so 9, 10 o'clock.
PM.
Yeah.
And do you remember what time you got into the Days Inn?
Before midnight. Let's think about it. I left here around 8. I wasn't going to drive past midnight. It might have been 12:15 or something. But I went from here to South and landed, you know, average of 75 or something like that.
And then $37 in gas on Friday.
And where's that at?
At Ayersville, Georgia.
Yeah, that would have been somewhere between Atlanta and Tennessee.
And that was on, this was actually on Friday.
It was.
Okay, so even though this one says transaction date, it was close enough to the 18th that it may not have went through until after midnight.
You know what, it might have been 12:05 when he pulled the trigger on it or something.
Okay. Well, you just said anywhere between 12 and 12:15 you got there.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you said you got out of here about 9 o'clock.
Yeah, it was about almost exactly 9. Just as a thought experiment. I would have stuck in front of a truck for this woman.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a mature 42-year-old guy who's dated a lot of women. She just got caught into the spell. So that combined with just the, I think that's kind of unusual where you have 2 boyfriends. I think that takes a certain lack of conscience, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's how easily she did that. Just makes me wonder. I really hope she's not involved at all.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think she is, but I mean, time will tell.
I don't think she'd be directly involved, but as an accessory at this point, I gotta tell you, that's in my head. So I just wanted you to know that. I don't know. You know a lot more data than I do.
Sure, yeah. Well, if you don't have anything else.
Nope, that's it.
I appreciate you coming in.
Sure.
And If you want to go ahead and send me that email, if you still got it.
Yeah, I'll find that email.
And then, like I said, you got my email, you got my phone number. Anything else arises, let me know. If you do have subsequent contact with her, and you guys have a conversation that you think is of note,
I'll let you know.
Yeah,
but
let me know.
I think we're probably done. If you need anything from me, let me know, but that's all I had.
Okay.
All right.
I appreciate you coming in.
So for anyone that's just listening here, this is from the police report, law enforcement report regarding Jeff, saying on the 12th of August, Jeffrey came to the police department after calling me and asking to meet with me the day prior. He advised me he was going through old text messages and discovered the following. He and his ex-girlfriend Wendy were supposed to go to California July the 11th to the 17th. He advised that they made reservations on April the 30th, and Wendy later cancelled the reservations on the 4th of June. He also advised that he heard from Wendy and other friends that Wendy's brother Charlie texted her last week and asked to go out and celebrate. He further stated that while Wendy was at dinner with Charlie, she vomited at the table. He thought all of this to be highly suspicious in lieu of the recent homicide. Jeff further advised that Wendy went to Guatemala March the 13th to the 15th. He stated that she seemed different after her trip to that country. Lacasse did not elaborate any further. He provided that Wendy told him over the telephone that people were saying that she wanted to leave Tallahassee, and she told him that she did not want to leave Tallahassee. Jeff told me this statement was completely contradictory to the way she felt about Tallahassee and wanting to go to South Florida. He also told me that Wendy had a boyfriend in South Florida. He did not know who this individual was and could not provide any further. In speaking to Jeff, he believed that Wendy may be indirectly responsible for the murder of her ex-husband, Dan Markel. When I informed him that Wendy was not a suspect, he stated, well, she should be. He did, Jamie, yeah. Yeah, I read the figure, Cheryl, as to how much Wendy's social security payments came to for in regards to the kids, and it was a huge, huge amount. I just don't have the figure at hand right now, but it was massive. Charlie himself was mocking this fact about Wendy in one of his recorded calls with Donna, how much she had benefited financially. So that's interesting. There's a lot of indications from Charlie's recent recorded conversations with Donna from prison that you wouldn't be shocked if he was to turn on Wendy down the line. I think that could only happen once Donna was convicted, though. So this is just under a year later. This is the final interview with Jeff, and bear in mind this is 2015. Okay, Jamie. So did she? Okay, so she also got dollars from his Florida State University life insurance. Wow. Okay. She attempted to get the donations in respect to the GoFundMe that Tamara set up for Dan by claiming to be his widow. And I presume she didn't get that.
So it was Jeffrey or Jeff?
Jeffrey.
J-E.
R-E-Y. J-F-F-R-E-Y.
And it's L-A-C.
A-S-S-E.
Let me get your date of birth, Jeff.
Sure, 10/18/71.
Okay. So what's up? Corey said, and we talked on the phone a little bit that you wanted to, and you can start at the very beginning, however you want to do it.
I got some notes. Do you mind that?
No, absolutely not.
I don't want to forget stuff, so I've been writing stuff down the last few months. So that we might end up at this point. Well, here's the thing, and just to give you the broad overview quickly. I felt like when I first talked to Investigator Hale, I was shattered. I mean, you can imagine, you see violent crime all the time. So I think he saw a lot of noise, and a lot of the stuff I told him, but I don't know how it came across. The last couple of meetings we had, he seemed to think I was a disgruntled ex-boyfriend that got my heart broken, and that was why I was upset. And there was some truth to that. I was upset. But over time, I've got some clarity on some things. So I guess I'll just give you my overall impression, and just want to tell you things I saw with my own two eyes that were very suspicious to me that I didn't feel really heard previously. Or maybe they were heard and not seen as credible, I don't know. But just so you get the context for it, as far as the relationship stuff, that sucked. But, you know, that last 3-4 months, I moved on with my life, you know. Actually, her moving away was the best thing that ever happened to me in terms of my personal life. It was a bad relationship. So this isn't any animosity towards her for being an unfaithful girlfriend. This is more deeply concerning stuff about someone getting killed. So I started dating Wendy in fall of 2013. We had mutual friends, because a lot of my friends are in the Jewish community at the School of Social Work. So we both talked to a lot of the same people, you know, throughout the investigation. Your name came up a couple times. And we just have a lot of like mutual friends and stuff. So that's how we met. So we dated.
Can we just get an all-round high five in honor of Jeff, guys, in chat? How fantastic he was throughout this, and as you're going to hear in this interview and then through his testimony, he played such a huge part in this vile family coming to justice, and hopefully Wendy in the future.
Casually in the fall. She just got divorced, so had I actually. And at the time, I mean, I came in here before, like, I thought Mark Hill was a dick. I mean, that's what I had been taught by Wendy. Over time, I realized I was kind of misled. But in the fall, it was interesting. Let me start. Danny had been describing Wendy as a pathological liar and a mentally ill narcissistic sociopath in a semi-joking manner, but
To you?
To other people. I just heard that through the grapevine. Because people said, be careful with Wendy. She's a little unbalanced. And I said, well, she seems upset about her divorce, but I don't know if she's unbalanced. I didn't take it seriously at the time. That sounds extreme, right? I thought these two people were having a nasty divorce. He's calling names. I thought it was totally out of line. It's one of the reasons I was upset with him. Because it seemed, you know, you see in the court documents, I mean, he got sick of her and really went after her legally in a really aggressive way, and not knowing the background. I thought it was inappropriate, you know. I thought it was taking things too far, trying to disbar your ex-wife, you know. But one impression I'm left with is, I don't think I said this before, like in December or January, I thought that was totally out of line. By May, I don't know if those are technically the correct words, but by May, I knew exactly what he was talking about. And this is a very troubled person, Wendy Adelson, deeply troubled person. And at first, she's gorgeous, she's smart, she's funny. I mean, I fell for this girl like a ton of bricks. Most men would. I mean, that was one of the reasons I stuck around too long. But just an overall impression of her. And Danny says this in court documents, actually. A very manipulative person, a pathological liar. Wendy was an alcoholic while I was with her. She drank her dinner most nights. Extremely fragile, extremely depressed. Many, many nights.
Isn't this goddamn fascinating to hear someone who can articulate their assessment so well? And this is a guy that knows about psychology, right? This is his profession, and he's so clearly motivated by a genuine advocacy for justice here. And he's looked up some of the court documents in relation to the litigation between Dan and Wendy, and all the pennies are dropping from his initial perception of Dan being a complete asshole through his perception coming from Wendy. He's obviously, and this is almost a year later, he's put it all together and is recognizing so much of what Dan was putting in his litigation is being recognizable to him. And can you imagine the psychology that goes on realizing that you fell in love with someone that was trying to set you up for a murder? Pretty heavy stuff. And yet he seems so well adjusted and together at this point, which is pretty impressive. And the fact that he testified after this is, there's about 18 months to go until he first testifies at Katie McBanowa and Garcia's trial. And then testifies at the retrial, and then testifies at Charlie's trial 8 years later from this point right here. This guy's a legend.
Hated Tallahassee so much that thought we're a bunch of country bumpkins and we liked Tallahassee because she's from Miami. Didn't hide that fact. Thought it was bizarre that I moved here from Phoenix. And the 2 conversations that we had every single day for 9 months were, Danny's an evil monster, and Tallahassee's the worst place in the world to live, and I can't believe I got
hey,
stuck
Black
here
Eagle.
Markel. She's obsessed with those 2 concepts. So I got really tired of hearing that, but I heard that every day for 9 months. Wendy's very manipulative in that she plays the victim very, very easily. Whenever we got into a confrontation, she'd pour me. Very sensitive that I work with DV victims, women that have been raped as a social worker, all that kind of stuff. So I'm a sensitive Mr. Rogers kind of guy. So it's a very, easy way to manipulate me, or Markel for that matter. But she just wasn't stable even in the fall, and able to cover it up here or there. One of these people, the first 100 hours you spend with her, you think she's amazing. 101 on, you're like, shit, what did I get myself into here? This person's kind of crazy.
You talk a little fast for me.
I'm sorry.
100 hours?
Yeah, first 100 hours you think she's amazing. Then after that, wait a second, there's some tremendous flaws here. So she puts up a very good public face. It's a but as far as seeing stuff pertinent to the crime.
Amen, Sarah. Yeah, everything you just said there. This is fascinating.
I met her brother Charlie when I was down there in Miami for Immokalee. You may recall that I said I found him to be a very strange person, very aggressive, verbally. He takes sex tourism trips to South America to have sex with underage prostitutes.
Wait a minute, back up a second.
Yeah, he takes sex tourism trips to South America to have sex with underage prostitutes.
Sex tourism?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, South America.
I'm kind of a sheltered guy.
Well, I was shocked not only that he would tell people he did that, but that he would tell his younger sister. That was strange to me. Very odd. And there's this odd dynamic between them. The whole family is real weird. He talked in the hot tub about punishing a girl by anally violating her in front of Wendy and I, like bragging about the fact that he'd hurt this girl because she had got him in an uncomfortable situation. So he came off like an offender to me. He came off like a, kind of sociopathic, like, this is strange. He just met me, he's telling me this. It was really, really weird.
Okay,
Yeah, go ahead.
I know, I'm just trying to rein you in a little bit
ahead,
so I can make sure I get it right.
Yeah,
I do recall something about a hot tub.
Yeah.
But I think it may have been something I read from Corey Hale's report.
It might have been, yeah, I talked to him.
But are you saying you're in the hot tub after the Immokalee retreat?
Exactly. We went from Immokalee to Miami and hung out with their brother.
Okay.
For the first time.
So you're in my...
Hell of a family, guys, right? A hell of a family.
Miami at his place, I guess?
Exactly. It's very wealthy. He's got a really nice house in Miami Beach area.
Miami Beach.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're there and you're in the hot tub.
Yeah.
She's in the hot tub.
Yeah.
And the brother Charlie's in the hot tub.
Hey, Helen's here. You have missed a lot. Damn, 3.5 hours worth. Yeah, this is one you might want to watch back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Charlie's talking about, punishing girls through anally violating them in front of his sister. It's just.
Is it braggadocious?
Yeah. Like she got him punched out at a wedding. He had a Korean girlfriend and brought him as the only white guy to 400 Korean people and just him. Some of the men took offense and he got punched out.
Charlie did.
Yeah. So the way he handled that was to anally violate her and then brag about it the next day. I mean, it was really, really weird.
That had happened the day before y'all got in the hot tub?
No, I misspoke there. It was pretty recent. It wasn't.
Yeah, Sarah, the cognitive dissonance going on in his mind in the aftermath of this must have been epic. He clearly not only really cared for Wendy, but cared for those kids. Yeah, Helen. Thanks, Calamity. I've never come across a case where there's so many psychos in one family. It's crazy.
That day, but it was last month, the last couple of weeks, something like that.
So he goes to a Korean wedding as the only Anglo.
Yeah, exactly.
And some men took offense because he was a date for one of the Korean girls that was at the wedding.
Exactly. And he got punched.
And he probably opened his mouth or something.
He says he got sucker punched, but I don't know.
Okay, so he gets, and so his way of getting retribution is the girl that brought him to the wedding is to rape her? Or
well, it not rape. It wasn't rape. It was consensual sex. But he was bragging about the fact that he made it hurt a lot and that kind of stuff.
Oh, okay.
And that was just.
And that was anal penetration.
Yeah.
He's bragging about.
And it was 20 minutes after I met him.
I got you.
So I'm just like, this is not normal. This is strange. Guys will talk to their guy friends. Although I've never said anything like that, I would never want to hurt a woman. It's so it's. So it just struck me as very, very odd. Fast forward to May, we have that incident in the coffee shop that we discussed that Officer Hale and you were, I assume that's one of the reasons you guys were interested in talking to me in the first place. But just to remind you, I just walked into All Saints Coffee and there's my girlfriend with another guy. But that was a big deal in our relationship. And
right, because you see her there and she's with this guy and you don't know who the guy is. If maybe I got that wrong. You knew that she was seeing a guy?
That's one of the things that concerned me is that she would bring him up from time to time. And there was other signs. I mean, there's, I think, 5 to 10 other men. I was in denial about it in this time period. That's not a crime, obviously, but it was. She's very impulsive, very erratic, doesn't think things through. She will do them and then worry about the consequences later. She was remarkably sloppy about cheating on me in terms of, well, that's what was interesting. Up until about early June, she was covering her tracks pretty well, actually. And, after that fight, we had a huge, not a huge fight, we had a mild fight about that. And things started to get really, really strange. And this is what I think I had a hard time getting across to Investigator Hale. So we have that fight. She goes to Portland for a weekend. She comes back.
Yes, indeed. The age-old topic of nature versus nurture when it comes to certain pathologies. I think the safest thing to say and the simplest thing to say is that it's almost always a combination of both, right? Something perhaps a little bit wrong in your genes and your makeup when you're brought into this world, but I always believe that something within your life has to turn on certain switches. The switches probably already have to be in place to become someone that's that has the potential to be this messed up. But I think possibly certain things have to turn the switches off through your upbringing and your environment. And it's one of the hardest topics to analyze for good reason, because of the fact that the brain is literally the most complicated thing in existence throughout the universe, and will always be slightly beyond our reach to understand the workings of the brain. All we can do is reach for it and get somewhere close to trying to understand it.
Now, June. And June, I was walking around saying to all my friends, I don't know what is going on. Something is going on. We had that very frank talk about that and decided to stay together. She said, it's one guy. He's got.
So one of many indicators that Wendy was a part of this murder is a lot of the reference from people like Jeff about how all over the place Wendy was in the months prior to this murder. You have to assume that one reason for that could be her indecision or apprehension about going as far as having Dan murdered. He refers to the fact that she would often just suddenly break down in tears without any obvious superficial reason. Only in retrospect, when he looks back, he's pondering this, right? And she was very often deeply depressed. He talks about the fact that she was practically an alcoholic, that she would drink her dinner, like Jamie mentioned the other day. And the obvious fact that it's just inconceivable that your family members would arrange for your ex-husband and father of your kids to be killed without you giving the nod, right? And for anyone that's not seen my previous live that would like to see some of the other red flags regarding Wendy, you might want to go back and watch that, because I pretty much went through the list of red flags and reasons. And if you believe in parsimony and Occam's razor, it's far more likely and reasonable to believe that Wendy is a part of this, even her, and especially her actions on the day of the murder. You know, the phone interaction with Dan and not mentioning it during the interview, her performance in the interview itself and her behavior, the fact that she drove up to the goddamn crime scene on the day, a couple of hours after the murder, and did not check on her kids or Dan. And that's just to mention a few. There are so many red flags.
He literally moved out of the area, as you probably know. So in June, I was walking around saying to my friends, I don't know what's going on.
Right,
it's just uncanny to think back on it now. So I don't know what's going on, but something's gonna happen. Like, it feels like there's drum beats. It feels like we're moving towards something. It's really, really strange. I don't know what's going on. And one of the strange.
Yeah, and like Jamie says, the fact that the hitman clearly knew in advance of Dan's schedule for that day, the fact that it had to be on that day because he was due to leave the very next day, is the easiest assumption is that most likely that came from Wendy. The fact that Katie knew prior to the phone call from the hitman that the job was done, most likely that has to come from Wendy passing on the information to Charlie.
Things that happened was we had a trip to California scheduled to see my parents the week that Danny was killed. And in early June, she rescheduled that trip. And I said, what's the problem with the trip? She says, well, I'm worried we'll get stuck in the airport and we won't be back on Friday. I have to pick up the kids from school. And I said, but we're coming back Thursday night. It's not winter. We're not going. Atlanta in the winter, I would understand. There's no way we're going to get stuck. We can rent a car. We have friends that could babysit. This is strange. I said, fine, cancel the trip.
And that was going to be an early.
And least we forget, in the lead up, days prior to the murder, Wendy texted Dan himself asking if she was going to be in Tallahassee on the Friday, on the 18th. And through searching the phone records, they found that Wendy sent this message when she was in South Florida at or near Donna's home.
June?
The trip was going to be the week that Danny was killed.
Oh, okay. That was the trip?
11th to 19th was supposed to be the trip. So we had a trip planned, and she was real strange about the fact that we had to reschedule this trip. It just didn't make sense. And I even said, if you just don't want to go because you don't feel comfortable right now, just tell me, that's cool. She goes, no, I have to pick up the kids from school that day. I just have to. I don't want to do anything to stop that, And she said, I'll miss the kids at that point. I said, okay. A couple of days later, I say, well, she said, but I want to spend that time with you. I was leaving for Tennessee on Friday. And she said, I want to spend that Monday through Thursday with you. I said, great. You want to go to St. Augustine? She loves the beach. She hates Tallahassee. This, again, is just very strange and suspicious to me. Wendy Adelson tells me, what I want to do is a staycation. I want to stay home in Tallahassee. I said, you want to stay in Tallahassee the hottest week of the year? She goes, yeah, we'll go to Tom Brown Park, we'll do this. I said, you hate it here. I'm offering to take you away. Why wouldn't you? It's just really strange at the time. I remember saying to my friends, like, Wendy wants... People laughed. I said, Wendy says she wants to stay in Tallahassee. Like, she leaves town. Sure, every chance she gets, she leaves town. Why would she want to stay? I said, I don't know. I have no idea. I finally managed to convince her to do a trip to St. Augustine, but we had to schedule it so that we were back basically by the time of the shooting. So that was just strange. It was peculiar at the time. And she was, when we scheduled that trip to St. Augustine, I was sitting there, she has her calendar open. You have to schedule everything with her. That's just how she was. There was just, at the time, I can remember sitting in her office trying to schedule this, and there was this weirdness about that weekend. We're scheduling other things, no problem, but that weekend, she just was intent on. That day meant something to me before Danny was shot.
That weekend meant something to Jeff even before he was killed. She knew something was going down that weekend, guys.
Something weird about that week. I don't know what it is, but there's something weird about that week. If we keep going through June, other things I noticed in June that were really crazy.
I'd love to, June.
Let me back up a second
please,
so I get this right.
Yeah.
July 11th through 19th, you're supposed to go to California.
Yeah.
Leave on the 11th, come back on the 19th.
I can look it up for you. It might be 12th to 19th, but it was the week that Danny was shot. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when is she saying, I can't do it? What date? What date are we talking about when she's telling you I can't do it?
Early June. I can pull up the exact
Early
date.
June.
Early June, yeah.
So you're supposed to go to California with her, just you two.
We have plane tickets purchased. And she sat me down, I think it was June 5th or 7th. I will find out for you if you would like.
Yeah.
And she just said,
yeah, okay, but
I can't do that, and it just didn't make sense. It just didn't make any sense.
So she'd already said that date was that window of...
She said, this is the one week I have to go see your parents. And I
11th
said,
through the 19th.
But that was in May we booked them. So 3 different times she canceled plans with me in the 2 or 3 day period with Danny.
What you're leading to is this is highly suspicious that she needs to be here on the 18th of July.
Yeah, just anecdotally, subjectively, whatever it's worth, it was really weird. It was really strange. I know this woman. I know her really well. And there was something at the time with me saying to my friends, what's going on? It's just really, really strange. It's just really...
She'd never done anything like this before?
No, she had canceled and recanceled, and she did that all the time. Completely disorganized person, but it usually made sense. It usually had a reason, and usually the reason was something about court with Danny, or her parents wanted her to come down to South Florida. Every other time but this, I understood. This time I was completely puzzled. It didn't make sense, and it was very, very strange.
Okay, so she cancels this trip to California. Did you go anyway?
I did
No,
not.
of course you didn't. You were okay.
Wish I had.
Yeah. And so what happens to these plane tickets?
Her ticket, I have no idea.
Oh, she bought her own?
Yeah, we bought separate plane tickets. As a matter of fact, I don't know that she did buy a plane ticket.
Oh.
But she told me she did.
Same airline? Same flight?
I can find out for you. I can send you my reservation. Because we had a discussion about getting our seats moved together, so I think she probably bought a ticket, actually. But I never saw the ticket.
It wasn't discussed any further?
I can't recall.
Okay, so that's the first thing. In early June, she says, Jeff, I got to be back on that Friday the 18th.
Exactly.
To pick up the kids. I guess that's going to be the first of her week with the kids, maybe?
Yeah, she gets the kids back after having, because they went to 7-day schedule in the summer.
Right.
And she's, I'll miss the kids. I said, we'll be back. I said, if you don't want to go, just tell me I don't want to go. No, I want to go. I just got to be back for the kids. There was a special...
Okay, why not adjust the flight or just the...
Well, she had the kids the previous week. This was her one free week. She's also booked all summer.
Well, the 18th is a Friday.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so, going backwards, the 11th should have been a Thursday, I'm thinking.
I can look it up, but it just wasn't. She was booked week by week throughout the summer.
She doesn't even have any school stuff, right? I mean, I don't know if you're off during that time.
No, I'm completely off. She has a lot of obligations to her parents. Her parents want her down in Miami every chance she gets. All through this county, there's parents. All right, so three different occasions. This at the time, it's like, what's going on with the 18th of July or the week of the 18th? What is this? I don't understand what this is.
Okay, so the first thing is the California trip, and it's next.
Yes.
Then you want to take her to St. Augustine,
Yeah, she wants to stay, and that's just bizarre.
But did you ever make plans to go to St. Augustine?
Yeah, so a week later, again, we sat in front of the calendar, and it was really strange. There was this hesitancy about that weekend. She says, I'll go to St. Augustine, but we have to be back early on Friday.
Early on Friday?
Early on Friday.
What does early on Friday mean?
We were going to wake up and come straight back from St. Augustine, so we would have got up at 7, been here by 9 or 10.
Okay.
She had to pick up the kids from school until 4. It didn't make sense.
Okay.
So I said fine, and my thing was I was going to drop her off and then drive up to Atlanta. I was going to drop her off and go. So that was just strange. It just stuck in my head. Like, what?
Because your trip to your friend up in Tennessee, what was the date you were supposed to go?
I was supposed to leave at about 10 or 11 a.m. on Friday the 18th.
Okay.
Because I was supposed to the original trip was to go straight to Atlanta, stay the night in Atlanta, then go to Tennessee the next day. So I was supposed to leave here at 10 or 11 and get there at 4 or 5.
On Friday afternoon?
Friday afternoon, yeah.
Okay.
That changed, but that was the original.
No, because you left on Thursday.
Yeah, I did.
All right, well, let's jump to that so I can fill in this blank.
Yeah.
Why did you leave on Thursday?
We'd had a huge fight in late June. I discovered some other cheating. I was very upset with her. And she had sent me had sort of broken up, basically. But she put me on a 7-day hold.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I remember that. She sent you an email or something?
Exactly. So the night before, I was so upset. I was just like, fuck this, I'm going. I said, get out of town. I was upset. But that's something my friends have said to me that I've never said this, but my friends have said, Jeff, because sometimes it's hard for me to see this clearly, they can see it more clearly. Jeff, you do realize that if you left Friday at 11 a.m. for Atlanta, what this would have looked like, you would have been in custody. You're really.
Oh. Okay.
Now, I'm not saying that, but some of my friends, it was like a clumsy attempt to take attention off her and put it on me. I'm not saying that's true. It sounds a little far-flung to me. It sounds a little clumsy to me. But she knew exactly when I was going to leave. I'm a late riser, And she didn't know I changed my plans, obviously. So I'm glad I changed my plans. I wouldn't blame you guys for being a little more suspicious if you didn't. I mean, if I leave at 11, you just see me driving north 10 minutes after Danny showed up. So that looks suspicious to a lot of people. I know it makes it sound like a criminal mastermind. It may sound crazy to you, but that's what my friends say. So can I go back to the stuff in June?
Absolutely, I'm sorry.
You know, I have any questions you want to ask, and I know I talk fast, and I...
Just a little faster than I'm used to.
My dad's from Boston, so I'm an adopted Southerner, but I haven't slowed down yet. So, in June, these are just my impressions, but it was 5 or 6 times in June. I'm playing with the kids. We had a good family life, terrible romantic relationship because she was cheating me all the time. But I'm home with the kids with her, nice family life.
You're at her house out on...
Every time, yeah.
Cameron.
Exactly, off Aqua Ridgewood Lane, yeah, nice house. So 4 or 5 times in late June, I'm playing with the kids, reading them stories. I was very close to Ben in particular, spent a lot of time with those children. And I look out of the corner of my...
It's quite shitty in retrospect to learn that someone that you cared for and that you had a relationship with wasn't quite who you thought they were and were perhaps fucking you over in some way. It's quite another to come to the conclusion that they were perhaps trying to set you up for a murder.
I and Wendy would be in the kitchen crying for no reason whatsoever. And at the time, what it looked like to me is she's like taking it all in, and she looked like she was grieving something. And I would say, "What's wrong?" And she'd say, "Nothing's wrong." Or make up some bullshit story. And she lied so much, it was hard to know. But in retrospect, it makes me worry a lot because it looked like she was wrestling with something. It wasn't suspicious, it was just weird. But in retrospect, it's like, wow, let's assume she knew something was going to happen. That's how a person might react, you know? She made a choice, but...
That's late June?
That's late June. That's late June. So that happened enough times that I talked to my friends about it. What she was talking about in June, relocation to Miami. How terrible it was to be stuck in Tallahassee. Crying like, I got stuck here, I didn't choose this, I can't stand it. And she talked about the fact that the only way she could ever relocate is if something happened to Danny.
Now, did she actually say that?
Yeah, she did. Yeah.
This is the first time you've mentioned that.
I don't think so. I think I did mention that to Investigator Hale.
Okay.
I did. Well, no, it wasn't. I had 3 interviews with Investigator Hale. And
okay.
The next 2 was me trying to tell him things like this, and I don't think he was hearing me.
Okay.
So, no, she didn't say I'm going to kill Danny. She didn't say that word for word. But it was, because I was saying, hey, we're about to, like, get serious here. Are you going to be here? Because she hated it so much. I need to know what's going to happen. And she's like, well, the only way that, let me give you the context. The only way I could leave is if something happened to Danny. But if that did happen, that would be a tough decision. I would probably need to go back to Miami to be with my parents. So that scenario came from her. But it was a response to a question from me, so I mean, I guess I need to be fair about that one.
Sure.
But it was, and it's true, right? I mean, it was. I asked if Danny might move with her. She said she would not be willing to do that. But she was talking about that.
She would not be willing to do that?
No, she did. Well, Danny had job offers from all over the country constantly, and she didn't want to live in Houston or St. Louis or things like that. I mean, she was miserable here. She was here just because she came with Danny. She didn't like her job. She didn't like the area. She didn't like split custody. I don't know that people knew how upset she was. I mentioned to you before you came into the room when I said this, but this is the time period. I don't know the exact day. I'm so distracted by relationship stuff, I can't quite remember it. But she told me that Charlie had looked into having Danny killed in the summer of 2013. She meant it dead serious. I wish to God I'd follow up on that. At the time, I'm trying to figure out us, and I thought, well, Charlie's crazy, I can imagine that, but certainly he's not crazy enough to do that, so I didn't worry about it.
That's your interpretation.
It's not mine.
No, let's back up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's get into the context of your conversation with her where that comes up about Charlie.
Please. So she just, she's talking about Danny. She's completely...
Where are we at?
We're in her house in the living room in late June.
In late June of 2013.
Yeah, 2014. Yeah,
I'm sorry, 2014.
Yeah, late June. And you know what? This might have even been. This is sometime between June 20th and the Monday before Danny was shot.
Okay.
And I want to say it was right before, but I don't trust my memory on that, the date. And she's talking about Danny because that's all she ever talked about. Danny wasn't a human being, he was Satan.
He was what?
He was Satan.
Satan,
Yeah.
okay.
And what was real strange about this was that in January, February, March, they had a lot of court stuff, and I could see why she'd be so pissed off at Danny. Danny had calmed down. He liked his new girlfriend. The judge had read him the riot act in court when they went to court the one time and told the other attorney, you need to calm your client down and stop having your client write his own legal briefs. I'm sick of reading this crap. You know, Danny was going to get his butt handed to him by the court, and Wendy was going to have to concede a couple things, but she was going to win, everybody thought. And he had calmed down. He really had. So I was trying to say, maybe we could talk about Danny a little less. Danny's chill. Danny's happy with Amy. This is good. This is good for us, you know? And I was starting to see Danny a little more realistically at that point. So she's in the middle of these conversations where she's just ranting and raving about Danny. Very angry with Danny. She's very sensitive, and the worst thing you could do for Wendy is point out that she's not perfect. And that's what Danny represented to her is, he said, you're a liar. You know, things like that. Anyway, she just comes out of the blue and I said, well, I just wish something, I can't remember exactly what I said, but I was like, you know, this isn't going to ever be fixed in the way you want it. This is, you're linked to this man for your life. You know, there's no fix for this, but you have to fix what you think and feel. And she said, well, you know, Charlie did look into having him killed last summer. He said it would cost about $15,000.
$15,000?
That's right. It seems cheap to me, but you would know better than I. And
it's I want to make sure I understand this completely.
Please.
So June, what was the date?
Between June 20th and March 14th, let's say. I think it's probably I think it's closer to July, between June 20th and July 14th. I think it's closer to July 14th.
Okay. She says, you know, Charlie
did actually look into having him killed last summer. And he was told it would cost $15,000.
So, as I mentioned earlier, apparently, Charlie did try to arrange a hit on Dan in 2013. But as Jamie was saying last time, the potential hitman ended up taking the money and running. And Jeff said in court during his testimony that he did say 15,000 during the interview, but he thinks he may have misremembered and it could have been 50,000 that was mentioned. Either 15 or 50, he's not sure.
And one of Charlie's
This is just paraphrased, but I want to make sure I understand. Yeah. Charlie did look into having
Danny killed last summer. It would cost about $15,000. And that's not exactly word for word, but that's pretty close to what she said. Wish to God I had followed up. But how do you respond to that? What do you say?
What did you say?
I changed the subject to us. I was interested in working our relationship out.
Did she ever bring that up again?
No. Never again. But what worries me is that the speech pattern, I'm not trying to play FBI profiler here, but...
It's kind of like, I told you half a truth instead of half a lie.
That's how she lies. That's exactly. I'm sure you've done that a lot in your life. So it doesn't have the impulse control just to say nothing in high-stress situations, but gives you this half-assed version. Yeah.
And is it this same difficulty in impulse control that didn't prevent Wendy resisting the temptation to drive by the crime scene to check for herself that Dan had been shot?
So I thought about that a lot.
But you do remember the amount is 15,000?
I do remember that.
No further than that, nothing else?
There's nothing else. I wish I followed up. I beat myself up about this.
No, you didn't.
What am I going to do? Call you guys and say my girlfriend said something crazy? I don't know, you know. The thing that worried me about Charlie is he has a very close friend and goes on these trips with him, who's ex-special forces and is known for being kind of deranged, and it looked like it was done by somebody who knew what they were doing. So I told you guys that already.
What's his name, though? I never got a name.
I don't know. I assumed you guys investigated it. I don't know. He's a tatted up, known affectionately as a deranged guy. Guy just didn't come back the same like some of these guys do, unfortunately.
But he's a close friend of Charlie's?
It's on his Facebook page. That's what I told Investigator Hill.
Okay.
When I heard the crime occurred, about 12 hours I was shocked, and then as I'm driving up I-75, in my head I was like, holy shit, Charlie did it. And he got that guy, I can't remember his name, to do it.
You're saying this guy is on Charlie's Facebook page, or was?
Was. I don't know if he is.
Okay.
These are really smart people. I wouldn't be Facebook friends with them anymore if any of this is true. Other thing that happened in June, our relationship isn't doing well. All of a sudden, from nowhere, you know, like a 5-year-old kid will try to manipulate you in a very transparent way, and it's like obvious what they're doing. She started doing that kind of stuff. I got the sense we weren't going to make it. It was obvious to me, and I never going to trust her again. All of a sudden, she throws me the world, and if all at the time I said to my friends, I've been very careful.
Clearly, Wendy knew that Jeff was crazy about her, so she built him up leading up to the murder. Built him up and built him up with the intention of dropping him like a Led Zeppelin in the lead up to the murder, to spur him to perhaps communicate some of his anger, with the knowledge that he was going to be driving to the airport not long after the murder in a car almost identical to the hitman.
Not to develop like a hindsight bias, I've checked back in with my friends. What did I say? They said, you said in June it felt like Wendy was stringing you along for some reason, and you couldn't figure out why didn't she just break up with you? She's like, this ain't gonna work, you know. So all of a sudden, she's telling me I should move in.
Move in with her?
Yeah, she's talking about moving in. And I wanted a family so bad. She knew that. She manipulated me with the kids constantly. She said the kids should start calling you daddy. I'm going to talk to my mom and dad, and I'm not Jewish. That was the whole thing. I'm going to get approved by the parents. I'm going to give you the passwords. I'm going to give to all my computer accounts. She started acting like this was going to be a permanent thing.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. I can give you a second.
I have to respond to this.
I understand.
Right now.
I understand.
This puts the definition into the phrase mind fuck.
Okay, that'll suffice for a while.
No problem. So just at the time, I felt like I was being manipulated. I couldn't figure out why she'd want to keep me around. It was really strange. Just all of a sudden, here's the world. Just all of a sudden being over the top sweet.
I hate it. Jeff, I'm confused about this timeline here.
Yeah,
Maybe we should try to get that.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay, where's this week off?
That's in July. I've been going.
Okay.
I've been going in order.
Okay.
So we're still in June right now.
Okay. So we're in, but this comment from late June of the 20th through the July 14th is before or after what you're telling me now?
can't remember exactly.
It's my fault.
No, it's okay. No, it's not a fault thing. I can't remember. I want to be as honest and accurate as I can.
Sure.
I think that's the Monday before he was shot, but I can't be certain. So this would be preceding that.
Preceding.
Preceding that.
Okay.
Yeah. So it was it just felt strange. These are just my impressions, but it's like, what is going on? It just didn't make any sense. It was just really strange, erratic behavior.
She wants you to what, though?
Well, I was threatening to leave at this point.
Okay.
So, and I guess if I'm putting on my cop show hat, I'm wondering if it would have looked weird if you break up with your boyfriend and then a week later someone gets shot. You know what I mean? I don't know. So, get to mid to late June. She went down to South Florida. She came back. I could tell she had cheated on me. I was very upset. It's very obvious. And I went to Gainesville, June 27th. She accompanied me down there for a work trip.
Okay. 27th?
Yeah, that weekend together. Tried to thing was, she was going back to Miami for 2 weeks. As soon as we got back, we drive back to Tallahassee, then she drives down to Miami with her mom.
Oh.
So that was because her mom has to come up to take with her because she's not allowed to go herself. I knew it was the worst time in the world to have a fight. I just finally lost my mind on her. The only reason this is relevant to the investigation is it precedes this crime by a couple weeks. I did not touch her, I did not call her names, but I lost my shit on her. I told her exactly how upset I was. I chewed her ass. She decompensated in a way that I've never seen an adult do before. She ended up in the fetal position, sobbing like a 3-year-old. So I was really upset, as you can imagine. I mean, and to put me with the kids on Mother's Day and the next day, I was really upset. So anyway, I was pretty angry with her, and you may have seen the email. She actually was manipulative enough that I ended up apologizing for that.
Was this on her Gmail account?
Yes. There's a lot of...
Other investigators have looked at those,
gotcha.
And so I'd have to figure out which one.
I'm just saying, if you see it, it's a little embarrassing.
I just didn't know if it was her Gmail account or her work account or a different account.
Yeah.
If I want to go back and look at it, I'm going to look at the Gmail.
Yeah, it's Gmail. It's on Gmail.
Did she give a reason?
It's deeply important to her she be perceived a certain way.
No, did she give a reason why she was having multiple sex partners?
Not a good one, no. I mean, she said she didn't, actually. She said she was very upset by my behavior in Immokalee when we had what you or I would probably consider normal range, uncomfortable conversations for 30 seconds. Where she said, I was afraid in Immokalee you were going to be a jerk. I said, could you please be more considerate to me? That's literally all I said. She's a hair trigger. I think she didn't want a boyfriend, is my suspicion. But I think I was awful helpful with the kids and stuff like that.
Okay, I got you.
I think she enjoyed using me as her...
Okay, let's narrow this down.
Yeah.
Okay, June 27th, you're telling me is the date that you're in Gainesville and you have this blow up.
Yeah, we have a total blow up.
Okay, so is the comment about Charlie and the 15 grand after that?
It is after that.
Okay, so we can narrow it down to the 27th and after.
You know what? I just want to be as conservative as I can, but I'm almost positive that was July, the Monday before he was shot. If I had to bet money on it, that's where I'd put my money.
Okay.
So, when I was talking to her about that, I was struck by how cold and callous and basically sociopathic she was. Here I am.
So obviously, guys, I've shown some of Wendy's interview prior on previous lives and a little bit of her testimony near the start of this live. Isn't the contrast in Jeff and how he speaks, how he communicates, his tone, his mannerisms, his apparent truth, the contrast between him and between Wendy. I mean, it's unavoidably obvious, right? Everything in your gut indicates that to you.
was crying. I was very upset. And I said, you know, you're not a sociopath. You must feel bad about this on a certain level. And she goes, I don't know if I'm a sociopath. I don't feel bad about any of this.
Had there ever been a confusion about, you know, okay, Jeff, I'll just be simple, you know, elementary terms. Jeff loves Wendy. Wendy loves everybody. You see what I'm getting at?
No, that's what
you understood her that she was supposed to be strictly with you?
Yeah, just from March on. Before that, I knew what she was doing before that. March on, I've been to 50 dinner parties where I'm introduced as her boyfriend. She took me out in public constantly, continually.
Give me a minute here.
Yeah.
You need something?
If you have water, I'm going to drive it. I'd appreciate it.
Checking his notes. Must be a hell of a thing to have gone through this. Hell of an experience. He's sure not going to be short of dinner party topics. Right, Jamie? You can almost see a thought bubble above his head right now saying, wow, this really
He's a very interesting
happened.
guy, and you may have known guys like this. I know some in Tallahassee. He's friends with people on both sides of the tracks. He's got friends that are physicians and professors and all that. He's got guys he hangs out at his gym that don't have a high school diploma, and he's able to buddy up with them too. He's very good socially. Charlie is street smart. He comes off kind of like a...
Yeah. Yep. Charlie is a social chameleon, is what he is.
Con man. He's really good with women. He's one of those con man, womanizer types. Different girl every night. Very socially smooth. So he enjoys flowing from one side of society. He has a Ferrari. I mean, he could just hang out in the upper crust. He doesn't. He enjoys slumming with these other guys, you know. So I think he's taken trips with that guy, though. If you're going to look into it, I believe he's part of the crew that went to South America.
I have somebody checking right now to see if maybe we're talking about the same person.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, by the way, Charlie is so industrious and so street smart that if it wasn't that guy, it wouldn't make me any less suspicious that Charlie was involved. He just was the natural first thing that popped into
So what do you think, Jeff? You don't, okay, so when you first started talking to me today, and don't take this the wrong way, but when you first started talking to me, I thought we were fixing to crucify Wendy right here, but as far as everything, and that she was directly involved. Not necessarily that she killed her ex-husband, but had solicited for someone to do it.
I still believe that. I'm 100%, I never say 100%, I'm a researcher. I was 90% sure when I talked to you guys in July, but I was waiting for you to catch somebody, because then maybe I'm crazy, right? So then when Myron May happened, I thought maybe it was Myron May, you know, I'm just wondering. At this point, I'm pretty confident.
This is an email that I think you're referring to. I'll give you an opportunity to read it.
Yep, that's the one she sent, that's where I'm going right now.
Okay, so this is July 15th, is that accurate?
That's right.
Okay, July 15th is the Tuesday before.
The thing she told me about Charlie would have been the night before this.
Okay, so we are on the 14th.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah. It would have been Monday, July 14th.
Wow. So if he's right in his recollection of when Wendy told Jeff that Charlie had planned his murder, Dan's murder, in 2013, then it was on the Monday leading up to the murder, 14th or 15th.
That's actually just where I was going right now.
Go ahead.
So she goes to South Florida for 2 weeks. We barely talk. It's hard on both of us. You guys have emails. It's bullshit romance stuff going back and forth. We had one long conversation.
Monday was the 14th.
And decided to patch things up. She sounded very calm in this conversation.
These are phone conversations?
Yeah, yeah. You know,
she's in Miami.
She's in Miami. And while she's in Miami, she always says, she would just disappear for 14 days. I wondered if there was another man down in Miami too. It seemed plausible because her parents take care of the kids. It doesn't make sense how busy she is. Come back Monday, we go on a date. That's the 14th. That's the night that...
Okay, you're on the date here.
Yeah, we're on a date here. It was real awkward. And she was a little strange, but it was overall a pretty positive date.
That's on the 14th.
It's on the 14th. So
that you're having this conversation during or after your date?
After the date.
Back at her house?
Back at her house. Back at her house. Yeah, and didn't have wine that night. She was sick. She got a bad cold. She was really stressed out and sick. So the next day is Tuesday the 15th. Wake up in the morning, I call Wendy, and I told investigator Hill this. I don't know if there's anything here, but it was kind of bizarre. Talk early in the morning.
So Cheryl's asking if Jeff has ever done any TV interviews. I don't know the answer to that, but probably not. But next time I'm going to be playing his testimony through the 3 trials, Cheryl, and his testimony is even more intriguing, and you'll find out exactly how he feels about all this now, because the first trial was 2019, the retrial was 2022, and Charlie's was 2013. So you're going to get his impression 8 years after this. And I think you'll find it just as interesting as this interview.
Maybe 9 or 10, and I said, I'd like to see you today. I was a little encouraged. And she said, yeah, I'd love to see you. And she'd walked herself out of her house. I said, well, come hang out with you. She said, I'd love to spend time with you. And then I waited. 3 hours later, I get a phone call, and she's like, actually, I got into the house. Let's not do the afternoon. Let's just go to yoga together.
So where?
Yoga.
Okay.
So I went to yoga together. It was awkward as hell. She was cold.
Thanks, Jimmy. Yeah, no interviews by his choice. Yeah, and I'm going to be playing the testimony of Wendy along with Jeff for each trial, so that we can contrast the situations and contrast both of them each time. So 3 different trials, 3 different testimonies from each of them.
She was done, I can tell. So I'm sitting there going, okay, this is over. Walk her to her car at the end of yoga, and I say, I love you. I don't know what else to say. She goes, I know. I was like, well, that's not what you want.
I love you.
I have to warn you, maybe another 5-hour live though, because I will be pausing and inserting my annoying commentary along with it. So there is that.
And she goes, I know. Of course you do. I'm a goddess.
Talking about narcissism. Yeah. So I said, I literally went, okay, and I just turned to leave, and I told Hale this, but I want to say it again. She goes, hey, Jeff, are you still going to Tennessee on Friday?
You're welcome, K-Bunch. Thanks for popping in and your participation. Appreciate it. Come next time.
And I say, I'm thinking, why the hell does she care? It's obvious.
You're walking away, you're separating?
Yeah, I went 10 paces away from her, and she says, hey, Jeff, are you still going to Tennessee on Friday? And I say, I lie. And I say, actually, it's up in the air. Because we talked about if we broke up, I should come over and say goodbye to the kids. I was hoping she'd invite me over. And she said, well, she was deeply interested. She asked me 3 or 4 questions.
But this is after this, right?
It is after. No, that's not. I get this email at the end of the night. She goes home and she sends this email. This is after this. This is
crazy, huh?
The conversation I'm telling you about right now happens an hour before I get this email.
An hour before. Okay, so we're still Tuesday the 15th?
Yeah, at 7 o'clock at night.
Okay. Okay.
So she asked 3 or 4 questions about under what circumstances would I go, why am I thinking about not going. She seemed deeply interested in what I'm going to do on Friday. This was bizarre. I was like, well, whatever. Got home, got this email. What was so strange about this? We had just spent 16 days away from each other, thinking about things. Then I get this. I told her, if you don't want to do this, send me a text and say I can't do this anymore. Why would you string me along for a week? It's real strange.
I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. I'm going to read this aloud, so if there's something, it pains me to be writing this to you now, but here we go. I need some space to clear my head and to figure out how to move forward. I am heartsick, but my head and my heart are having 2 different reactions to us being together, and I can't reconcile them to be in this like you would want me to be. So she's saying you're coming on too strong, basically, is what I'm reading. You want a full commitment.
No, that's not how I read it, but I mean,
that's how I'm looking at it. Is that not true? I mean, do you want a full commitment from her?
I wanted to continue the relationship, yes.
Okay.
But we had discussed just breaking up.
See, it's an indication to how close Wendy actually got to really putting Jeff in danger. You can even hear through the detective's questions here that he is, at this present time in this interview, really questioning Jeff. I read this as, you're coming on too strong. He's clearly still thinking, is this the guy in front of me right now? It's kind of chilling, right?
We just spent 16 days apart thinking about things.
Right, you're 16 days apart, then you go on a date on the 14th. She makes the comment about her brother was going to looked into killing Danny the previous summer, which would have been summer of 2013. She didn't specify a month. You didn't question her any more about that.
I was too focused on this stuff. Yeah, I didn't.
No, when she's making this statement.
Picture a scene of the Grim Reaper with his black hood and his scythe sitting at the chessboard. That is Wendy Adelson.
Statement on the you're saying the Monday, which would be the 14th.
Yeah, he already knew that Jeff was out of town. They had proof of that, right? But that doesn't mean that Jeff couldn't have still been involved. He could have been out of town and still been a party to ordering the hit, right? So he was still a suspect here.
When she makes this statement that Charlie had looked into having someone do this for 15, it was going to cost. Hey, how much does it cost to kill this guy? And the answer that Charlie gets is $15,000. He shares that with his sister.
Yes.
Okay. And then she says that to you, and that was in the context preceding that conversation was basically, what do you want to do? You don't like it here. I'm talking in your.
That was part of the conversation. There was constant conversation about Danny is awful, Tallahassee sucks. That's about all she ever said.
And I can't do anything. I'm stuck here because, I guess she got denied relocating with the kids.
She did.
And she's saying, I'm stuck here unless something happens to Danny. That's what you're getting at.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm getting at.
And then she just spills this out.
Yeah. And then I think, by the way, she just went to the bathroom. I think there was something like that where
But you're saying that, there was no more conversation about this. Is huge to me. This is like, my brother's already checked into it and it costs this much. Is it like this is still available and open, or 15 grand is too much we're too cheap?
This family's rich. That's nothing.
No, I know, but
what's that petty cash at his office?
Okay, but was this like this option still available? Is that how it was?
I was just said in passing, and I've mulled it over in my head 100 times. I didn't know what it meant.
Okay, so my brother checked into it, and it was going to cost 15 grand.
I'm just heartbroken in this situation. I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking about how do I get this woman back.
I realize, but I'm trying to glean this from what the interpretation that you got from it.
Yeah.
I know you told me you didn't ask her anything more about it. I mean, you know, a statement like this, don't take this the wrong way, but if I was in your shoes, I'd be like, I'd be saying, what the hell are you talking about?
I got used to her craziness. That's to get her right. I mean, she's all over the place all the time. So I think I just wrote it off as another crazy thing Wendy says.
But you recall the amount.
I do, and I went back to a couple friends because I told them about this after Danny got shot. I said, holy shit, you know, I mean, that's what happened. So I beat myself up about that.
No, I don't want you to beat yourself up. I just want to make sure that you didn't. I'm just trying to get you to see, is there anything else that you can recall? I'm not saying you did anything wrong.
I know, I get that.
I'm saying, are you sure you didn't miss something else in that conversation?
No, because it was right back to her and I.
Okay. All right.
Since you're going to be here, and that's not going.
Can people hear how he's still a suspect in the mind of the detective here? And quite rightly, right? They don't have 100% proof that he's not linked to this in some way. Can you guys hear that? Because I can. I'm not saying that that's their go-to theory here. I think they're actually on board with what they're giving him, but they still cannot negate entirely the possibility that Jeff's involved.
You know that.
So this comment is made in passing as she's traipsing off to the bathroom.
Like, or her bedroom or something.
Comes back out. It's all okay.
I say I had a good time last night or something like that. You know, it was that kind of thing. So she sends me this email, and I don't know if it's coming on. I didn't know what to make of it. I sent it to some of my friends who know her pretty well. It said she's crazy, is what they said. I mean, why wouldn't she just break up with you? It doesn't even make sense. I should have broke up with her. But we've been apart 16 days. She wants another week. But recall that when she left Danny, she just moved out while he was gone. So confrontation isn't her thing, you know. So maybe that's why. So Wednesday goes by. There's Thursday. Thursday, she.
You're still up in the air about leaving. You've told her, I don't know for sure if I'm leaving Friday or not.
That's right. She doesn't know for sure. I don't know if she would have or would have known. We have mutual friends that I told on Wednesday or Thursday that I was going, that it wouldn't shock me if she were able to find out that I was going. I mean, we have mutual friends.
But your answer to her was, I don't know yet.
That's right, that's right. But the next day I decided to go. So it was all
on Wednesday.
Yeah, I decided to go for sure on Wednesday. Thursday, she changes her Facebook picture. I'm sure you've seen the picture of her in the beautiful purple dress. It's all over the media. It was suspicious to me after the fact that picture was changed 12 hours before Danny shot, and that's the picture that was distributed to the media. She's very concerned with her appearance.
Hey, Ethel. He knew about Charlie and Wendy's plan, but was too in love to process it reasonably, in my opinion. I agree with that, yeah. I think that's exactly right.
And how she looks. So I know that maybe sounds crazy. Investigator Hale seemed to think it was, but I thought this is so strange. She changed her Facebook picture twice in 2 years, and the night before Danny's shot, and she's going to be all over the media, she looks like a Victoria's Secret model, you know?
Okay.
So, but I was bothered enough by that picture, because it...
What was the prior picture?
Something that looks more like a 35-year-old woman with 2 kids would have on her Facebook page. Okay. All the other pictures, and she looks pretty enough, but that one looks, I mean, she looks amazing in that picture. She's not even that pretty alive. That picture, I think her dad
Photoshop.
Her dad photoshops that stuff. He does that kind of thing. So it was a picture produced for her by her father, I believe. So Friday I leave. Thursday night I leave. About an hour after I saw that picture, I said, fuck this, and I just drove out of town. The next day, Danny shot at 11 a.m. No one contacts me, which we have a lot of mutual friends, and they didn't. I talked to some of them after the fact. They tell me that they were under the impression that I was very likely an actual suspect in this case. I posted on Facebook from Tennessee Friday night at a time where it would have been impossible for me to ever have been here at the time of the shooting. She didn't contact me for 10 days. She told me that the police had instructed her that I was a suspect and she was not to return.
So from the Monday where they spent good portions of the day together, when they went to the yoga in the evening, when Wendy ghosted him and then basically gave him the impression that it was over and then sent the email later to say, yeah, no contact, please. From that moment onwards, Wendy never spoke to Jeff in person ever again, as far as I understand. I think there was also no communication after the murder for a good couple of weeks, but only through text message only. She never actually spoke to her. She never spoke to him in person ever again.
A text message that I sent her, that she could not do that. I actually recently dated a criminal defense attorney, just coincidentally, and she thought that was bizarre because she said they want you talking, you want to incriminate yourself, they're going to get access to this stuff. But
that didn't come from me.
I don't think it came from anyone. It was very strange. Well, I know legally you can't do that probably, but
no.
I mean, it's why would you want to? So I wasn't in the room with her. I don't know how she acted or whatever, but it was implausible that I did this. And I don't know if she told me I tried to protect you from the police. They want to know where your house was. They want to know this. I said, I don't need protecting. How come none of your friends called me or texted me? Well, they told me later that she seemed to be concerned that I actually did this.
Why would you do it?
I can find out. Why would I do it?
Well, what did she say? Well,
crime of passion. We're breaking up and Jeff's upset. I mean, so I don't know if she said that to you guys. I know you can't tell me that. But she was telling people in her social circle, apparently, that they shouldn't contact me, I guess. That, this was really
Wow. I didn't know that until now. Wendy was apparently telling people in her social circle that possibly Jeff did this as a crime of passion. Has anyone got any doubts how diabolical this woman is?
possibility. And that just seems deeply suspicious to me. A lot of these people aren't really close friends with me, but I found out about this.
Ethel, if Wendy skates free from this, it will be sickening because she was involved in this without a shadow of a doubt. Has she been clever enough to get away with it is the question. We have to assume that Georgia Kappelman and her team have enough that we don't know about yet to get her arrested and put before a jury. There is no doubt she was involved in this. The only question is whether there's enough proof. Right, Sarah? It's utterly unreasonable for any of us as observers, I think, that know enough about this case to think she's not involved. There's just no way around that with all the multitude of red flags that we've gone through.
Crime third hand. And that just struck me as incredibly strange. And suspicious, very suspicious. I just got a couple other things and then I'll answer your questions. Yeah. Called Officer Hale, said, hey, just so you know, Wendy has a key to that house on Trescott. So I know there was some mystery and discussion and speculation. How'd the guy get in, or I don't know the crime scene details, but Wendy's constantly losing keys. So, and rediscovering them, all the time.
Right.
So she had keys. He didn't call me back on that, and I don't know if it was helpful.
Yeah, the hitman didn't need keys, unfortunately.
Or not. And then here's just a list of strange things that she said after the crime. I talked to her 3 or 4 times. She said, I love Tallahassee. I wanted to remain in Tallahassee for the rest of my life.
These are phone conversations?
Yeah, these are phone conversations. Danny has so many enemies, it will be impossible to figure out who did this. He's a pretty beloved man, and he was an abrasive guy, but that's a strange thing to say. I've never heard any sympathy from her one time about Danny. She still seems enraged, obsessed, and defiant about Danny. I told Officer Hale that her and Charlie went to dinner maybe 3 weeks after the crime. Charlie called it a celebration dinner via text. She puked on the table during the dinner after Charlie said something. She wouldn't tell me what he said. She said Charlie made a remark and I just puked everywhere.
Celebration dinner?
That's what Charlie called it. You can look up, if you have access to text, you can find out. Yeah, that's what she called it. She said the kids are having problems.
When they said this in a text message to Jeff, that this was that Charlie called this a celebration dinner weeks after the murder.
But not because of Danny's murder. So the kids are peeing the bed and having natural kid stuff, not because of Danny's murder. That's a really weird thing to say. Most people would say they're upset because of...
Jamie says the hitmen did case the property. They were in the backyard on the June trip. If you go back to the very beginning of this, Jamie, I showed a report from the Tallahassee Democrat where they were pointing out that not only in June, but in July, they were spotted in the car park behind Dan's home in the there was an apartment site with a parking lot just behind Dan's place. There was a ditch in between, and they were spotted casing out the back of his property at that point. And of course, they went up in June to Tallahassee as well. Obviously, scouting out Dan. I presume that was maybe the original attempt to take his life, but they, for whatever reason, cancelled and then went ahead in July.
Just got killed. It seems to be important to her that it did not be because of that. She was very upset that I attended Danny's memorial service. When the Tallahassee Democrat ran the story, they put, must have been her worst nightmare, front and center picture of Jeff Lacasse. Go through all that in my head. I come to the conclusion, as you said a minute ago, that she was at least aware this was going to happen, and I think probably involved in it.
Still trying to get that photograph. I don't know if it's still going to be on his Facebook page or not. I just want to see if I just want to confirm this is the individual.
I think I'd recognize it if I saw it. At least it was the same photograph I saw.
Yeah.
Photograph I recall was 4 guys like this.
Okay. Okay. All right, I got the men that you're talking about. She made, well, first of all, does she still have the same phone number?
She switched her phone 3 or 4 days after the shooting because she thought you guys had bugged it.
Okay. All right, do you have the new number?
I don't. I think she has the same number. She has a different phone. She just wants
a different handset?
Which is silly because they want to. You don't need to put a bug on a phone physically. Right. I mean, it's funny.
Why would she be concerned about people bugging her phone, or the police bugging her phone, I guess is what she's specifically concerned about?
She's real concerned about that. She told me that.
Did you ask why?
No, I knew I immediately thought she did this, and so she told me 50 times, Jeff, I had nothing to do with this. And I always just let it be silent, sorry. I just let it be silent because I didn't want to go there. I didn't want to play my hand. I've never said anything to her. I just wanted to listen. I was hoping she might give me something interesting and I would come tell you guys. Because she's erratic enough, I thought she might say something.
Ethel's asking, did any court show or verify the email of Wendy being asked to bring the bullet bourbon? That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know. I imagine I would have heard about it if that was shown. This is the bourbon that she purchased on her way to Mosaic Restaurant to meet her friends through her detour to the crime scene and into APC Liquors. Just 5 minutes around the corner from Dan Markel's home. It's a good question. If anyone knows, if there's any proof that she was asked to get that particular name, that brand.
She must have said 50 times, I had nothing to do with this. And you saw her statement in the press. She's worried for the safety of her and her children.
Yeah, circumstantial evidence is evidence, and you can convict on circumstantial evidence alone. Yep, she's already an unindicted co-conspirator, which implies that there's enough evidence to name her as such.
No one's suggesting a serial killer looking for Jewish warriors, you know? I mean, this was pretty targeted, so...
Yeah, you think, she's concerned for her children's safety.
Wendy plays the victim so well. To me, it looked like classic Wendy. Everybody else felt bad for her. I thought, holy crap, she did this. She plays the victim instantly. She's great at it. And those names I give you, I mean, that's so you...
On the bottom left-hand corner is ABC Liquors, just 5 minutes round the corner from Dan's home. That's where she purchased the bourbon. On the very top right-hand corner is Wendy's home in Aqua Ridge. She was buying the liquor to take for a party later on that evening, and she was on her way to Mosaic Restaurant. She got there just after 1 o'clock to meet friends for dinner.
You have all the data I have. Wendy with Charlie. I don't know who pulls the trigger, but there's a very strange relationship between those two. I acknowledge this might all sound real crazy to you, Mr. Gary.
I'm not, no.
Yeah.
So I'm very interested in this.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that I understand it completely and thoroughly.
Yeah.
And I can see that it's been weighing on you heavily.
Well, it has, because it sounds crazy to people, obviously. Although I've told a couple people the whole story like I told it to you start to finish, and no one else has said I'm crazy. My therapist said, one thing I forgot to tell you, I had to go get a damn therapist. It was so crazy. So to try to manage her, I tried to get some advice on relationships. And in April of 2014, he tells me, look, he's real blunt. I'm going to be honest with you. 2 possibilities. One is she's just getting over a divorce and drinking too much, and she'll settle down over time, maybe live happily ever after. Second option, she sounds an awful lot like a sociopath to me. That's an objective person.
Right.
And I said, sociopath? He said, yeah, high functioning, but she doesn't seem to have a conscience. And I said, oh, gee.
Okay, so Jamie is saying that there was an actual request to get Bullet, to get the gold label Bullet. Okay. You saw a photo on Roberta Glass's channel. Yeah, there was a liquor store next to the restaurant she lunched at with friends. Why go 25 minutes drive via Dan's place? Yeah, there was a good few liquor stores near Mosaic that would have been obviously more convenient Yeah, Calamity. She was checking the crime scene. That's what she was doing. Couldn't help herself.
Jesus, what I got myself into, because I was in love with her and I wasn't going to leave at that point. But that's the kind of feedback I've gotten when I tell people what she's actually like. I prefer that you guys catch somebody else, obviously.
Right. When's the last time you talked to her? Or had any conversation?
I could find it for you. It would have been in around August 20th.
Oh, that long ago.
Yeah. She cut off all contact because I didn't tell her I was dating. It was just bizarre. That was the time, it was about the time of commencement, summer semester commencement. That was another thing as far as narcissism and a crazy person. You know what Wendy was mostly upset about? And she told me this. The fact that she had to cancel her commencement speech because Danny was shot. Her attorney said it's a bad idea to get yourself in front of the media like that. Inside Edition will show up. You can't do it. She was devastated. It's bizarre.
I went back and looked. Apparently you all have somebody, McPherson?
Jay McPherson.
Yeah. What's the relationship? She has something to do with Wendy?
They claim that she was in the room with Wendy in the 9 hours you guys interviewed Wendy.
No, she came up here. She was not in the room with her.
Wendy told me she was in the room.
Well,
so Jamie knows a lot about this case. She's saying that she also thinks that Wendy knew she wasn't going to be at a party because of the murder. She never said that she had a babysitter or cancelled the babysitter. Yes, Sarah, and we're only just beginning, believe it or not. There's mountains still to go through. Mountains of testimony and interviews and information. And we still have Donna's trial coming up and potentially Wendy and Harvey's. We're only halfway through this.
okay, let me correct that.
That sounded weird to me.
She came in the room, I think it was over the children. The children had to be picked up.
Gotcha.
And there was two ladies that were up here, and I can't remember if that was McPherson or
No,
not.
Jane was with her that day, and coincidentally, Jane's one of my doctoral students in our program. So she's getting her PhD in social work. I teach in social work, so I know her professionally.
Right.
Jane is the one I talked to for about 3 hours, maybe 2 weeks after the crime. They told me that Wendy and her circle of friends thought I did this.
Jane told you that?
Jane told me that. She said you had to be there if you were.
You're welcome.
And she basically made it sound like if you, and she's a confidant of Wendy. But Jane knows Wendy as well as anybody. Jane doesn't think any of this. But Wendy's pretty good at fooling people. Although some of this information is publicly available, I should add. Like, she's a Truman Scholar. If you go on the web and look at her statement, she says, "I hate Tallahassee. You're a bunch of country bumpkins." That's basically what she says. You know.
Although I think she told a lot of the locals
what they
that she was satisfied, she wanted to make the best of things, and that she actually...
No, that is what she said, and not when the door closed and it was just me and her in the house. That was, I mean, I got tired of listening to it. I think it's a great place. I deliberately moved back here. I could have went anywhere. I mean, so...
But it wasn't for her. And she made that clear to you, is what you're saying.
On a daily basis. You couldn't pull up to a movie theater without hearing about how the movie theater in Miami is better.
Okay.
She was obsessed with it. You know, her and Danny thought they'd be here a semester. Got stuck here. So.
And then and all she'd been wanting to do is get back to South Florida. And she made that quite clear to you.
Quite. I mean, it was kind of cold, actually. She basically told me, if it's between you and South Florida, I'm going to South Florida.
Okay.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else. There's just some sick dynamics where Wendy at one point told me that Dad was extremely violent. And I thought, well, this makes sense why you're so gun shy and, you know, hair trigger. And then later I said, well, with your history of family violence, she said, I never said that. So there was a lot of inconsistencies in line, but I don't think Charlie's been up here. If you were, with your experience and instincts, you were to talk to Charlie, I assure you, there's something off about that guy.
What about this FBI thing?
I heard through the grapevine that the FBI talked to Rob up in New York.
Something off about Charlie is right.
Yeah, I think that's what Jay McPherson told me.
Okay.
So, and I try not to believe everything I hear because misinformation's everywhere. You know?
Well, if Jane McPherson heard it, she most likely got it from Wendy.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's true.
But he's like an outside, he's not really a part of the core family.
They don't have a relationship, basically. Okay. And the impression is he's a guy who wants nothing to do with his family. There's something that happened in that house and he wants nothing to do with it.
Okay. And
I just think there's, that's the other theory, which will sound super crazy, but the people that have visited the house in Miami, they said to me, has anyone considered maybe the whole family's in on this? I mean, this is I said, people don't do that. I said, well, you go in that house, it's real strange in there. It's real secretive. It's real weird.
Have you met her parents?
I have.
Is there anything that you can tell me about them?
Everyone in that family suffers from a severe lack of empathy for other people. Okay. She learned that somewhere. Pillars of the community. You get on his website. I mean, years ago I went on it. He was polite to me, but Dad's polite, Mom's kind of rude, actually. I know that Father has been speculated about. They hate Danny in a way. I have a wife. I've been through a divorce. I get life. I've never seen this kind of obsession. Like their hobby is hating Danny. It was like really strange. I mean, and I fell into this because Wendy could convince you of it, and maybe she convinced the parents. But they were going to put you said you looked at some emails, but not others. At one point, Wendy was going to get a restraining order against Danny, which in retrospect is bizarre because he was a good dad. But she had Gary, Gary is a lawyer that he's the one that offered Wendy the job so she could relocate in the summer of 2013. He runs a tort firm suing drug companies. He offered her $1 million job, and I wondered about him too. It's not sexual; it's more of a father-daughter thing, but they're close.
Gary,
I don't know his last name.
Where does he work?
He's a lawyer. He works in Miami.
Okay.
He owns a tort firm, and there are emails. I mean, she sent this document. She compiled every email, like between Danny and Wendy, for like a year and a half. And the idea was to make this legal case that Danny is harassing her and stalking her. She always goes to this. She told me Danny was a stalker because he looked out the window one time and saw her walking down the street without the kids, and he goes, "Where are my kids?" I have right of first refusal. If you don't have the kids, I should have the kids. Wendy claimed that was stalking because he said, So anyway, all these emails, and the idea was we're going to persuade some judge that Danny needs to be reined in. I read this document, and at this point I'm a little skeptical because she's screwing everybody else. And I said, this is an indictment of Wendy Adelsons' character. You read this thing, you get the impression this woman is a total loon. It was interesting because she thought, from her point of view, it showed what an asshole Danny was. If you were to read this, it's like this person is crazy. So that was when I started to figure that out. But there's that different perception. At first she seems really together and then just loses her mind. So my worry is that she had something to do with this. And has no conscience. And it's hard for me to believe she could, I know you can't give a polygraph. I can't believe she'd pass a polygraph. I can't believe she would stand up to repeated questioning if you guys had any leverage. I understand that this was done in a smarter way. I don't have any leverage. But my experience with her was over time, she just collapses, But if the question is, did he threaten Danny? No. If the question is, was he pathologically upset with Danny in a way I found disturbing and it put me off and it was different than, say, even Wendy or her mom? Yes. Incredibly intense about it. Incredibly intense. Charlie's so difficult to get along with, he doesn't have one dental office. He works at 5 dental offices, and they can only handle him 1 day a week in each office.
Really?
Yeah. And he seems to know this and strategize it. He's figured out how to make it work for him, but he was a special ed kid, I believe. He was very difficult to get along with. And he is fiercely protective of Wendy. He had suggested seriously that they convert to Islam.
The whole family?
Just Wendy and the kids.
Islam?
Islam or Christianity, one or the other. Just to screw with Danny.
Christianity.
So they're not very devout in their
No,
Jewish
they're
religion.
they're atheistic Jews.
Pardon?
They're atheistic Jews, Jews that don't really believe in God. They do it culturally, they eat the food. These people don't have ethics or morals. I mean, they don't.
Immediately after the homicide, you came back. I'm with that,
Yeah.
and then you reached out to Wendy, or she contacted you.
10 days later, she texted a mutual friend, acting as if I would be upset with her.
Right.
And I said, tell her to call me. She did. At 3 in the morning. She wasn't sleeping well. And we had a very awkward conversation. Mostly just, I think literally she talked for an hour and a half, and I said probably 30 words. I just listened mostly. It was real. She wasn't sleeping. It was real crazy. But that's where she told me a lot of things that weren't true. I mean, and that could just be a relationship thing. I mean, I couldn't contact you until Jimmy Judkins talked to you,
right.
I believe.
I bet she wasn't sleeping.
I don't know.
Right?
That was really strange not to.
That pang.
All my friends were texting with her.
That pang.
And she wasn't writing a lot back, but everyone else she acknowledged. If I think of anything, I'll get back in. I actually had 2 quick questions for you, if you don't mind.
Yep.
This is completely selfish, but I'm concerned about me in this situation. I'm wondering how long it is, in your opinion, before the media, before journalists are poking around looking at this case, and I'm worried about my potential exposure as a professor and as a person.
This is an open case. They can ask all they want to. They're not getting anything.
That's for the foreseeable.
I mean, I may call you. I mean, at some day you may be called as some type of witness.
I would do it in a second. Yeah.
Okay, I want to make sure that we're upfront about this. I mean, let's say it goes from here to an arrest to a prosecution.
I'm there.
And for some reason, your testimony is needed.
I would say anything I said today under oath. I would.
Okay.
So that's easy.
All right, but as far as anything prior to, anything that you're telling me, if for some reason that was leaked to the press or anything like that, then I got an arrest to make of somebody else, no matter who it is.
I got you.
Okay.
I got you.
That'd be.
And then one other email I sent him, I pretty much accused her.
Okay. But I mean, obviously, it's more than that. I mean, yeah, you more than just.
I don't think he's obsessed, Welsh lady. I think he's disgusted that he was used in this way by someone he actually genuinely cared about. And I think he is genuinely advocating for justice here. This must have been horrifying to go through, right?
Suspect her at this point. That's what you've been telling me this afternoon, right?
No, that's true. That's
what I've basically gotten from you is this woman is directly involved.
She is.
Now, I don't think you're saying necessarily that she killed her ex-husband,
no.
But she either had something to do with orchestrating it or had knowledge that it was going to happen. That's the whole point about I have to be back on the 18th, right?
No, give you a thumbs up, and then and knew what was going to happen. There's something weird about that date. So I don't think she doesn't have the skill to orchestrate it, but Charlie does. So that's correct, and
But you left on Thursday, and your last conversation with her was on Wednesday.
My last conversation with her was on Tuesday. Right, an hour before that email where she says, look, I need a week.
No, on the email she says she needs a week.
Yeah.
An hour before she sends the email, she says, "Are you still in town on Friday?"
That's exactly right.
And you said, "I don't know, it's still up in the air." Yeah. But you did not. She did not ask you to stay in town.
No, she did.
Yeah, so the yoga was on the Monday, so she was still trying to get the information about Jeff's schedule on the Tuesday. Yeah, I hear you, Welsh.
Like the next day, I see Jay McPherson at work, and maybe there's all kinds of possibilities. How she would have found out I was leaving. Do you have any suggestions if I know they're doing a dateline on the Frosch guy that killed his wife out in Thomasville, and they already came to town. Any just advice from being an experienced investigator what I should do if I'm approached by the media? Because it's not unimaginable.
Go talk to investigator. Right?
Yeah, Sarah.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
How simple is that?
That's easy. Okay.
Yeah, don't have to say yes, no, nothing. You're a U.S. citizen. You don't. There's nothing. Yes, they have First Amendment in their favor, but that doesn't mean you have to say a thing.
No, I appreciate that, but I watched Dateline enough that I can just imagine that me being presented with these pseudo suspects. That's how they do it. They show.
Nah. There's that would be. I don't think they're going to do that. There's a lot of that could be libel. A lot. I mean, I don't have you listed as anything.
Yeah.
At this point.
Good.
Okay, so no, you don't. You shouldn't have to worry about that.
Okay, that's where the footage cuts off there. I think it is understandable that he was still looked at as a suspect, right? That's pointing out that contradiction there isn't done in a pejorative way. It's that's law enforcement doing their job, right? And I think it's clear to see why he was so eager to agree to testify under oath if need be. As he said, I would repeat everything I just said under oath. Because of course he's going to have concerns over how he's going to be portrayed. So he was very willing to testify, and let's just be thankful that he did. It's funny how Dateline comes up in interrogations a lot, right? Yeah. Even people out there that are not like us, obsessed with true crime, are by now aware of talking to police in relation to a true crime case. What that can lead to, right? You could become rather famous. True crime as a documentary genre is huge. It's one of the biggest genres that exist out there for good reason. Right, Jamie, healthy folks need to learn what to look for. I couldn't agree more. And as I've said many times, that's when true crime's at its best, when it's also used as a mirror back on society in the pursuit of understanding pathologies, certain ugly pathologies that everyone encounters in life. And it's always good to be educated, right? And to have your antenna attuned to the ugly pathologies that we might encounter in life. Well, yeah, Ethel says, and these investigators are still thinking Jeff did it instead of the Adelson kingdom. I don't know. I mean, I think if you were to pause right after that last interview and speak to them in confidence, I think they would still be veering more towards the Adelsons, right? But they're not ruling out Jeff at this point. I think that's a safe bet. Love is blind sometimes. Wow, guys, so we crushed 5 hours tonight. And I think there's going to be a few more similar deep dives on this. There's just so much to go through. So thanks as always, everyone, for participating in chat. This wouldn't happen without you guys being here. The interaction is essential, so it's appreciated. It sure is, Suzanne. So next time I go live, Suzanne put in a link to Reddit of some comments in relation to the Sarah Boone case that I did intend to actually go through tonight. I didn't get around to it, but I'll do that next time for sure, because I had a quick look at that and it's pretty interesting. So thanks again, Suzanne, for that. So yeah, next live, we'll dive into some of those threads regarding Sarah Boone just to get a litmus test on what people are thinking about the Sarah Boone case before we jump back into the Adelsons. Thanks, Cheryl. The chat has been wonderful. It always is. All the smart people are here. Let's face it. See, Jamie, I timed it perfectly for you. Just in time for your groceries. Hit the thumbs up, guys, if you haven't. Got to keep the algorithm happy, I guess. Thanks, Sarah. Alright, guys, that's me for tonight. A long one for a Sunday. And it's going to be a long one next time, so a bit of Sarah Boone next time, and then we're going to dive into the actual testimony. And I'm going to contrast the testimony of Wendy along with Jeff during these 3 trials. I think you'll find it interesting. Yeah, Ethel, this is one you might want to rewind for sure. Alright, guys. Thanks again, and until next time, take care, and let's play out with some music.